Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The amber light of late afternoon filtered through the dusty windows of Sheriff Thomas Wade's office, casting long shadows across the worn wooden floor. At 61, Thomas had seen enough frontier justice to know that some promises echoed longer than the men who made them. The weight of his badge had grown heavier with each passing season, not from the metal itself, but from the accumulation of choices that followed a lawman through quiet moments when duty gave way to memory. Outside, the town of Clearwater dozed through another sweltering August day, its handful of permanent residents seeking shade wherever they could find it. The town had been dying a slow death since the railroad chose a route 30 miles north, taking with it the promise of prosperity that had drawn dreamers and drifters to this particular patch of desert 20 years earlier. The letter on his desk bore the official seal of the territorial government, informing him that his replacement would arrive within the month. Retirement, they called it, though Thomas recognized it as forced obsolescence. He should have felt relief, but instead found himself contemplating unfinished business that had nothing to do with official duties, and everything to do with a promise made to a dying friend 15 years earlier. Elias Crow had been the finest horseman Thomas ever knew, a man who could read animal and terrain with equal skill. When Elias spoke of his final ride, Thomas had listened with the attention reserved for words that carried unusual weight. Thomas had offered to accompany him, but Elias declined with characteristic independence. "This is something I need to do alone, Thomas, but if something happens to me out there, don't let them bury me in town. Take me up to the mesa, to the old cottonwood grove near Willow Creek." The promise had seemed simple enough at the time, but when Elias failed to return and search parties found no trace beyond hoofprints that vanished in the desert wind, Thomas discovered that some promises became heavier in their breaking than their making. For 15 years he had told himself that circumstances beyond his control had made fulfillment impossible. But on certain windless nights, Thomas found himself staring toward the mesa, where some residents claimed they still saw a solitary rider moving slowly across the starlit landscape. A knock at his office door interrupted these contemplations, followed by the entrance of Jake Morrison, the town's stable hand, and one of the few residents who had known Elias well. At 73, Jake moved with careful deliberation, his weathered face bearing the permanent squint of someone who had spent a lifetime reading the horizon. "Sheriff," Jake said, settling into the chair across from Thomas's desk. "Figured you might want to know. Elias's horse is acting strange again." Thomas looked up immediately. The old stable hand had been caring for Thunder, Elias's magnificent black stallion, since the horseman's disappearance. The animal had been found 3 days after Elias vanished, standing riderless near the town's outskirts. Just like before when folks claimed to see the rider on the mesa, Thunder gets restless around sunset, pacing his stall and whinnying toward the desert. Last night he damn near kicked his way out. Thomas had heard similar reports before, always coinciding with alleged sightings of the ghostly horseman. Anyone else mention seeing anything unusual recently? Young Danny Parker was out checking his traps yesterday evening, Jake replied. Claims he saw dust clouds moving across the northern section of the mesa around midnight, moving too steady for wild horses. Said it looked like just one horse and rider. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. Danny Parker was reliable, not given to flights of imagination. Thunder still reacts when you mention Elias's name, Jake continued. Animals know things we don't, Sheriff. The conviction in Jake's voice reflected more than casual observation or wishful thinking. The old stable hand had witnessed the bond between horse and rider that transcended ordinary partnership, becoming something closer to mutual understanding between kindred spirits who had found their perfect complement in each other. If Thunder continued responding to his missing master's name after 15 years, perhaps it indicated awareness of presence rather than mere memory. I've been thinking, Thomas said finally, making decision that had been building through months of contemplation. Maybe it's time I took one more ride out to the mesa before I leave Clearwater for good. See if I can find some trace of what happened to Elias, or at least satisfy myself that I've done everything possible to honor his request. Jake's weathered face showed understanding mixed with concern. That's dangerous country, Sheriff. Especially for a man riding alone. Easy to get lost out there, even for someone who knows the territory. Thomas appreciated the warning while recognizing its deeper implications. Jake wasn't simply concerned about physical dangers, getting lost, thrown from a horse, or caught in sudden weather changes that could prove fatal in desert country. He was acknowledging the possibility that some searches led to encounters with mysteries that challenged conventional understanding of what was possible, and that Thomas might discover more than he expected or wanted on the mesa where Elias Crow had vanished. I won't be riding alone, Thomas replied, decision crystallizing as he spoke. Danny Parker knows that territory well from his hunting expeditions, and he's young enough to handle whatever we might encounter out there. If he's willing to come along, we'll make it a proper search, methodical and thorough. Jake nodded approval of this plan, recognizing wisdom in partnership over solitary expedition. Boy's got good sense and steady nerves, he agreed. If anyone can help you find what you're looking for, it'd be Denny. Evening approached with characteristic desert swiftness, heat dissipating rapidly once the sun disappeared behind western mountains. Thomas walked slowly through Clearwater's main street, noting how quickly the town transitioned from oppressive afternoon lethargy to cautious evening activity. Thomas found Danny Parker at his family's modest house on Clearwater's eastern edge, where the young man was cleaning small game trapped during his recent expedition. Danny looked up as Thomas approached, immediately recognizing official visit. "Evening, Sheriff," Danny said, setting aside the rabbit he had been preparing. "Something I can help you with?" "I'm planning a search expedition to the mesa," Thomas explained directly. "Looking for any trace of what happened to Elias Crow 15 years ago. I need someone who knows the territory, interested in earning some extra money for a few days' work." Danny's expression showed immediate interest, tempered by caution. "That's rough country, Sheriff. There's stories about strange things happening out there at night." "What kind of stories?" Thomas asked. Danny glanced around, then lowered his voice. "Riders who don't cast shadows. Hoof prints that disappear while you're looking at them. Most folks dismiss it as desert tricks, but I've spent enough time out there to know the difference." "I'm not looking for ghost stories," Thomas clarified. "I'm looking for answers about what happened to a friend. If we encounter anything unusual, we'll deal with it sensibly, but I need someone who won't panic if things get strange." "When do you want to leave?" Danny asked, after considering the proposition. "Tomorrow at dawn. We'll take supplies for 3 days. Jake Morrison will prepare horses and equipment." "I'll be ready," Danny agreed, offering his hand. My family could use the extra money, and I'd like to know the truth about what happened out there myself. As Thomas walked back toward his house, satisfaction with the day's decisions mixed with apprehension about what tomorrow might reveal. Standing on his porch, he gazed toward the mesa that rose dark against star-filled sky, wondering if somewhere among those elevated ridges the spirit of Elias Crow continued searching for something beyond reach. A movement caught his eye, distant and indistinct, but suggestive of horse and rider moving slowly across elevated terrain. Thomas watched intently, trying to distinguish reality from wishful thinking. For several minutes the movement continued, too steady for wild animals, too isolated for ordinary travelers. Then it vanished, leaving Thomas uncertain whether he had witnessed genuine phenomenon or manufactured sighting from desire to believe. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams of dusty trails and conversations with men who spoke from memory rather than presence. When dawn arrived, Thomas rose feeling determined, ready to begin what might prove his final investigation as Clearwater's sheriff. Jake Morrison had prepared their horses and supplies with characteristic thoroughness, selecting sturdy mounts capable of handling rough terrain while carrying sufficient food, water, and equipment for extended expedition into country where assistance remained far away. Thunder watched their preparations with unusual interest, the aging stallion's attention focused toward the mesa as if recognizing connection between their departure and his absent master. "Helmet knows," Jake observed, noticing Thomas watching the horse's behavior. "Animals sense these things before we do. Thunder's been restless all night, more agitated than I've seen him in years." Danny arrived precisely at sunrise, equipped for several days in challenging terrain with pragmatic selection of gear that demonstrated his experience with extended hunting expeditions. His manner suggested nervous excitement balanced by appropriate respect for the dangers they might encounter, both conventional and otherwise. "Ready when you are, Sheriff," he said, checking his rifle and ensuring his water containers were secure. "I've been thinking about the best route to take. There's several ways up onto the mesa, but only a couple that won't exhaust the horses before we really get started searching." Thomas nodded approval of this planning, recognizing valuable preparation that would conserve their energy for actual investigation, rather than wasteful navigation of difficult terrain. "You know the country better than I do," he acknowledged. "I'll follow your lead on routes and water sources." As they prepared to depart, several Clearwater residents gathered to observe their expedition, offering various expressions of concern, curiosity, and advice. The attention made Thomas uncomfortable. He preferred conducting investigations without public scrutiny that might influence his objectivity or create pressure for dramatic results to justify community interest. "Be careful out there," called Mrs. Henderson from the general store. "That mesa's claimed enough good men already." Other voices offered similar warnings, mixed with expressions of hope that they might finally solve the mystery of Elias Crow's disappearance. Thomas acknowledged these comments with polite nods, while privately hoping their expedition would attract less attention than their departure suggested it already had. They rode out of Clearwater as morning light began revealing detail in landscape that had been reduced to silhouettes during pre-dawn preparation. The familiar streets and buildings quickly gave way to open desert, where scattered homesteads and small ranches marked the transition between settled territory and genuine wilderness. Beyond this buffer zone lay the mesa country where Elias had vanished. Elevated terrain of broken ridges, hidden valleys, and ancient watercourses that could conceal or confuse even experienced travelers. Danny led them along a well-established trail that followed natural contours while maintaining steady progress toward their destination. His route selection demonstrated intimate knowledge of the terrain gained through years of hunting expeditions, avoiding obstacles that would slow their progress while ensuring access to water sources necessary for extended travel in arid country. Ilias used to come through here regularly, Danny observed, as they passed distinctive rock formation that served as landmark. My pa always said he could track anything through country like this. Man or animal, it didn't matter. Never met anyone who could read sign the way he could. Thomas remembered Elias's remarkable tracking abilities, skills that had proven valuable during numerous joint investigations where conventional law enforcement techniques proved insufficient for frontier conditions. The irony that such an accomplished tracker had vanished without leaving definitive trail remained one of the most puzzling aspects of his disappearance. "Did you ever encounter him during your hunting trips?" Thomas asked, gathering information that might prove relevant to their search. "Few times," Danny replied, always polite, always respectful of other folks' activities. He'd share information about water sources or animal movements, but he was private about his own business. Last time I saw him was maybe 6 months before he disappeared. Seemed different somehow, more focused on something specific. This observation aligned with Tomas's memory of Ilias's behavior during their final conversations, when the horseman had mentioned unfinished business on the mesa that required personal attention. Whatever had drawn Elias to his final ride had been building over an extended period, suggesting planned expedition rather than impulsive decision. The morning progressed steadily as they climbed gradually toward mesa elevation, desert terrain transforming subtly around them as they gained altitude. Sparse vegetation gave way to different plant communities adapted to elevated conditions, while rocky outcroppings became more frequent and dramatic. Wildlife sign increased, tracks and droppings indicating presence of deer, javelinas, and various smaller animals that found shelter and forage in the mesa's protected valleys. By midday, they had reached elevation, where broader vistas revealed landscape extending toward distant horizons in all directions. Behind them, Clearwater appeared, a tiny collection of buildings overwhelmed by surrounding emptiness, while ahead the mesa stretched across elevated terrain that could conceal countless secrets among its labyrinth of ridges and hidden valleys. "This is where the real search begins," Danny announced, dismounting to rest the horses and consult mental map of terrain features he had encountered during previous expeditions. Elias's trail was last reported heading northeast from here toward Willow Creek country, but that was 15 years ago, and weather can erase sign completely in that amount of time. Thomas studied the terrain ahead, noting numerous possibilities for routes that might have attracted Elias's attention during his final ride. The mesa offered hundreds of potential destinations: hidden valleys, secluded water sources, elevated vantage points that provided strategic observation of surrounding country. Without more specific information about Elias's intended destination, their search would require systematic investigation of numerous possibilities. "We'll start with Willow Creek," Doms decided. "Elias mentioned the cottonwood grove there during our last conversation. Even if that wasn't his specific destination, it might provide clues about his general intentions." They resumed travel, following Danny's navigation through increasingly complex terrain, where established trails gave way to game paths and eventually to route finding that required constant assessment of obstacles and opportunities. The work demanded attention that left little opportunity for conversation. Each rider focused on managing his horse through challenging terrain while maintaining general direction toward their objective. Late afternoon found them approaching Willow Creek drainage, where seasonal watercourse created verdant corridor through otherwise arid landscape. Cottonwood trees, their leaves already showing autumn's influence despite August heat, provided welcome shade after hours of exposure to intense desert sun. The sound of moving water, Even the modest flow characteristic of late summer offered psychological relief as much as practical resource for themselves and their horses. "This is it," Danny announced, dismounting near a grove of mature cottonwoods that Elias had specifically mentioned to Thomas years earlier. If he came here for some particular reason, this would be the logical place to start looking for signs. Thomas surveyed the grove carefully, noting features that might have attracted Elias's attention or provided clues about his final intentions. The cottonwoods had grown considerably during the 15 years since his friend's disappearance, their expanding root systems and accumulated leaf litter potentially concealing evidence that might have been visible immediately after his vanishing. They established temporary camp in the grove's shade, unsaddling horses and allowing them to rest while conducting initial reconnaissance of the immediate area. Thomas found himself moving slowly through terrain his friend had once described in detail, searching for anything that might explain Elias's final journey to this specific location. "Sheriff," Danny called from position near the creek's edge, "you might want to see this." Thomas joined the young man beside Clearpool, where water had carved depression in underlying rock, creating natural basin that reflected surrounding cottonwoods and sky with mirror-like clarity. Danny pointed to area where recent rainfall had softened earth enough to preserve impressions, though age made interpretation challenging. "Could be hoofprints," Danny suggested, indicating several depressions that showed partial definition despite weathering. "Hard to tell how old they are, but the pattern suggests single horse moving slowly through here, maybe stopping at water." Thomas knelt beside the potential tracks, applying decades of experience reading sign to their partial evidence. The depressions could indeed represent hoofprints, though natural erosion and accumulated debris made definitive identification impossible. More intriguing was their apparent age. While clearly not recent, they seemed less weathered than 15-year-old impressions should appear. "These look too fresh for Elias's original visit," Thomas observed, sharing Danny's puzzlement. "But too old for recent travelers either. It's like they're suspended somewhere between new and ancient." Danny nodded agreement with this assessment, recognizing similar contradiction and evidence that defied conventional explanation. "Maybe someone else has been coming here regularly," he suggested, maintaining some kind of connection to the place. The possibility intrigued Thomas, while raising additional questions about who might visit this remote location and why. Elias had spoken of the grove as having special significance, but Thomas had assumed this reflected personal sentiment rather than broader recognition of the site's importance. As afternoon progressed toward evening, they expanded their search beyond immediate vicinity of the cottonwood grove, investigating surrounding terrain for additional evidence of Elias's presence or clues about his final intentions. The work proved challenging due to time elapsed since his disappearance and natural processes that obscured physical evidence. Yet gradually they accumulated subtle indications that someone had indeed spent considerable time in this area. "Look at this," Danny called from an elevated position overlooking the grove. "Someone built shelter here at some point. Recent enough that materials haven't completely weathered away." Thomas climbed to Danny's vantage point, where scattered remains of temporary structure suggested extended occupation rather than brief camp. Positioning and construction indicated someone with frontier experience who had intended to remain for substantial period while maintaining concealment from casual observation. "Could be hunters or prospectors," Thomas suggested, though something about the shelter's placement seemed familiar, reminiscent of Elias's preference for positions that offered both protection and strategic visibility. "Maybe," Danny agreed, though his tone suggested doubt. "But why here specifically? There's better hunting in other areas, and I've never heard of mineral prospects in this drainage." The question reflected Thomas's own puzzlement as they examined evidence that suggested purposeful occupation without obvious practical motivation, unless the occupant had been drawn to this location by concerns that transcended conventional resource extraction or recreational activity. Evening shadows lengthened across the grove as they concluded their first day's investigation, results proving both frustrating and intriguing. While they had discovered suggestive evidence of human presence, nothing provided definitive answers about Elias's fate or clear direction for continuing their search. "We'll camp here tonight," Thomas decided, recognizing advantage of establishing base camp in location that offered water, firewood, and strategic position for observing surrounding terrain. "Tomorrow we can expand the search to adjacent areas." As they prepared evening meal and settled horses for night, conversation naturally focused on their discoveries and theories about what might have happened to Elias Crow. Danny proved thoughtful companion, offering insights gained through extensive experience in similar terrain, while maintaining appropriate skepticism about extraordinary explanations for ordinary evidence. "You think he's still out here somewhere?" Danny asked as stars became visible overhead. "Not necessarily alive, but present in some way?" Thomas considered the question carefully, balancing rational assessment against intuitive impressions that had been building throughout the day. "I think some men leave stronger impressions on places they cared about," he replied finally. "Whether that constitutes presence or just memory, I'm not sure it matters, as much as honoring the connection." This philosophical response seemed to satisfy Danny, who nodded understanding while maintaining watch on horses that showed unusual alertness despite comfortable circumstances. Thunder's restlessness in Clearwater had prepared Thomas for the possibility that animals might sense things humans missed, but their mount's behavior suggested awareness of something beyond ordinary nocturnal wildlife. "They're nervous about something," Danny observed, noting how frequently the horses raised their heads to scan surrounding darkness. "Not panicked, just watchful." Thomas shared this assessment, recognizing behavior that indicated presence of something significant without necessarily threatening. Their horses showed alertness rather than fear, suggesting whatever commanded their attention might be familiar rather than dangerous. As midnight approached, both men maintained quiet vigilance while ostensibly preparing for sleep. Neither voiced explicit expectation of unusual occurrences, but their heightened awareness suggested shared anticipation of something beyond ordinary night sounds and settling horses. Then they heard it. Distant but unmistakable sound of single horse moving through terrain southwest of their position. Hoofbeats carried clearly in still air, maintaining steady rhythm that suggested deliberate progress rather than random movement. Yet something about the sound seemed subtly wrong, lacking the complex audio signature of shod hooves striking varied terrain that characterized normal mounted travel. "Someone's out there," Danny whispered, reaching instinctively for his rifle while maintaining prone position beside their banked fire. Thomas listened intently, applying decades of experience to audio analysis that might reveal information about the distant rider's identity and intention. The hoofbeats continued approaching their general area, though specific direction remained difficult to determine due to acoustic tricks common in broken terrain. "Single horse," Thomas confirmed quietly, moving slow and steady like someone familiar with the country who doesn't need to hurry. The sound grew gradually closer until they could distinguish individual hoofbeats with clarity that should have made visual contact possible despite darkness. Yet careful observation of surrounding landscape revealed nothing. No silhouette against stars, no sound of displaced vegetation, No additional indicators of approaching rider beyond auditory evidence that continued building until it seemed the horse should be directly visible. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sound ceased completely. No gradual diminishment indicating departure, no final hoofbeat echoing into silence, simply immediate absence, where, moments before, clear evidence of approaching horsemen had commanded their attention. Both men remained motionless for several minutes, straining to detect any indication of continued presence. Their own horses had fallen completely silent, no longer showing nervousness but rather profound stillness that suggested recognition or acceptance of whatever had been moving through surrounding darkness. "Did you see anything?" Danny finally whispered, his voice tight with controlled excitement. "Nothing," Thomas replied honestly, though the absence of visual confirmation didn't diminish impact of their shared auditory experience. But something was definitely out there. They maintained alert watch through remaining hours of darkness, but the mysterious hoofbeats did not return. Only as dawn approached did their horses resume normal behavior, beginning to graze and move naturally around their temporary camp beside Willow Creek. Morning light revealed no tracks or other physical evidence of nocturnal visitor, despite conditions that should have preserved clear impressions in soft earth near water source. Thomas and Danny conducted careful search of approaches to their camp, finding nothing that might explain the sounds they had both heard with unmistakable clarity. "Like the hoofprints we found yesterday," Danny observed, referring to tracks that seemed neither fresh nor ancient. Present but not quite real, if that makes sense. Thomas understood exactly what the young man meant, recognizing pattern that challenged conventional understanding while remaining consistent within its own mysterious logic. Whatever forces connected Elias Crow to this mesa seemed to operate according to rules that intersected with physical reality without fully participating in its limitations. "Let's expand the search today," Thomas decided, determined to pursue investigation despite its increasingly extraordinary dimensions. If Elias came here for a specific purpose, there might be other locations that held similar significance for him. They broke camp efficiently, securing their equipment while preparing for broader exploration of mesa terrain that might contain additional clues about Elias's final ride. Danny's knowledge of local geography proved invaluable as they planned systematic investigation of areas that might have attracted the missing horseman's attention. "There's old Anasazi ruins about 3 miles north," Danny suggested, referring to ancient cliff dwellings that occasionally drew curious visitors despite their remote location. "And there's supposed to be Spanish treasure caves somewhere in eastern ridges, though I've never found it myself." Both possibilities offered legitimate destinations that might have motivated Elias's final expedition, though Tomas suspected his friend's interests had been more personal than archaeological or mercenary. The missing horseman had spoken of finding something lost rather than discovering something hidden, suggesting resolution of existing connection rather than establishment of new relationship with mesa terrain. They spent morning traveling systematically through elevated country, investigating locations that offered strategic vantage points or natural features that might have attracted Elias's attention. The work proved physically demanding due to challenging terrain and intense heat, but gradually they developed more comprehensive understanding of mesa geography and its potential significance to missing horsemen. At an elevated overlook that provided sweeping view of surrounding country, Thomas found himself studying landscape with appreciation for its austere beauty and recognition of qualities that would appeal to someone of Elias's temperament. The mesa offered solitude, challenge, and connection to something larger than individual concerns, exactly the environment where his friend had always seemed most comfortable. He loved country like this, Thomas observed, speaking as much to himself as to Danny. Places where a man could think clearly without distraction, where the land itself seemed to have something important to say. Danny nodded understanding, having observed similar response to wilderness among hunters and others who spent extended time away from towns and their complications. Some folks need space to be themselves, he agreed. Maybe that's what he was looking for, a place where he could finish something that needed finishing. The insight resonated with Thomas's growing understanding of Elias's final journey as resolution rather than exploration, conclusion rather than beginning. Whatever had drawn his friend to the mesa 15 years earlier had been building toward completion that required solitude and appropriate setting for personal significance rather than external witness. Afternoon brought them to elevated valley that showed signs of regular occupation despite its remote location. Evidence suggested someone had visited repeatedly over extended period, creating semi-permanent camp that offered strategic advantages while remaining concealed from casual observation. "This is more than hunting camp," Danny observed, examining constructed windbreak and food storage that indicated extended residence. "Someone's been using this place regularly for considerable time." Thomas studied arrangements that demonstrated both frontier experience and personal preference for a particular combination of shelter, visibility, and access to resources. Something about site selection and construction seemed familiar, reminiscent of Elias's methodical approach to establishing temporary camps during extended expeditions. "Could be him," Thomas said quietly, allowing possibility to exist without demanding immediate confirmation. If he survived his disappearance somehow and chose to remain on the mesa rather than return to town, the theory offered explanation for various mysterious elements they had encountered: the maintained but ambiguous tracks, the nocturnal hoofbeats, the apparent ongoing occupation of remote locations. Perhaps Elias had not vanished, but rather withdrawn, continuing existence in wilderness that had always suited him better than civilization. "But why?" Danny asked, voicing question that challenged this interpretation. What would make a man choose to disappear from his regular life without explanation? Thomas considered various possibilities, drawing on his knowledge of Elias's character and circumstances during period preceding his final ride. The horseman had never married, maintained few close relationships, and seemed most content when engaged in activities that took him away from towns and their social complications. Perhaps his disappearance represented choice rather than tragedy, deliberate transition to life that better matched his essential nature. Yet this explanation didn't account for his failure to communicate with friends like Thomas, who would have understood and respected such decision. Elias had possessed too much integrity to abandon obligations without explanation, particularly promises made to people who trusted him. As evening approached, they established second night's camp in the elevated valley, positioning themselves to observe surrounding terrain while maintaining concealment from potential observation. Their horses again showed unusual alertness as darkness gathered, but their behavior suggested familiarity rather than concern, as if recognizing environment they had experienced before. "They know this place," Thomas observed, noting how readily their mounts settled despite being in unfamiliar location. Not just the general area, but this specific valley. Danny agreed with this assessment, recognizing animal behavior that indicated previous exposure to particular environment. Like they've been here before, or maybe multiple times. The possibility raised intriguing questions about their horses' histories and potential connection to ongoing mystery. If Elias continued residing somewhere on the mesa, he might have encountered their mounts during previous visits to town, or while observing clear water from distance. Animals possessed longer memories than humans often credited them with, particularly regarding places and people that had made strong impressions. As stars emerged overhead with desert brilliance, Conversation gradually shifted from investigation details to broader contemplation of mysteries that had brought them to this remote valley. Both men found themselves drawn into philosophical consideration of questions that transcended simple missing person case. What if he chose to stay out here? Danny asked, voicing theory they had discussed earlier. What if his final ride wasn't intended as return trip, but as permanent departure? Thomas weighed this possibility against his knowledge of Elias's character and their friendship's depth. He would have found a way to let me know, he concluded with certainty. Maybe not immediately, but eventually. We had understanding about such things. Neither of us would disappear without giving the other chance to understand why. This conviction reflected Thomas's confidence in bonds that had developed through shared dangers and mutual respect built over years of partnership in challenging circumstances. Whatever had happened to Elias, deliberate abandonment of their friendship without explanation seemed inconsistent with personal integrity that had defined the missing horseman's character. Near midnight, they again heard distant hoofbeats, approaching through surrounding terrain. This time the sound carried additional detail: soft creaking of leather, occasional metallic clink of equipment, sounds that suggested rider and horse moving together with practiced familiarity through darkness that posed no obstacle to their progress. Both men remained motionless beside their carefully maintained fire, listening as hoofbeats approached until they seemed to pass directly through their camp without pause. Yet visual observation revealed nothing, despite acoustic clarity that should have made identification inevitable. "He's checking on us," Danny whispered after sounds faded beyond detection. "Making sure we're safe, but not ready to make contact yet." Thomas found this interpretation both comforting and frustrating, suggesting Elias might indeed survive while remaining unwilling to resolve mystery that had haunted Clearwater for 15 years. If his friend chose continued concealment despite awareness of Thomas's presence, reasons must exist that transcended simple preference for solitude. Tomorrow we'll try a different approach, Thomas decided, formulating a plan that acknowledged extraordinary nature of their situation while maintaining focus on investigation goals. Instead of searching for physical evidence, we'll make ourselves available for contact if he's ready to communicate. This strategy represented significant shift from conventional search methods toward recognition that they might be dealing with circumstances that required unconventional response. If Elias remained aware of their presence while choosing not to reveal himself directly, perhaps patience and receptivity would prove more effective than aggressive pursuit. Their third day began with establishment of observation posts at elevated location that offered comprehensive view of surrounding mesa terrain while providing comfortable base for extended vigilance. Rather than continuing systematic search, they positioned themselves as accessible presence that might encourage communication from someone who had maintained concealment for 15 years. The strategy proved wise as morning progressed into afternoon without conventional discoveries, but with increasing sense that they were being observed by someone who remained carefully hidden. Their horses showed consistent awareness of presence beyond visual confirmation, while subtle signs suggested movement in surrounding terrain that matched their own positioning for optimal mutual observation. "He's watching us," Danny confirmed what both suspected, staying close enough to monitor our activities but far enough to maintain concealment, like he's trying to decide whether to make contact. Thomas shared this assessment, recognizing behavior that suggested internal conflict between desire for communication and concerns that prevented direct approach. If Elias indeed survived while maintaining voluntary exile, his reasons for avoiding contact must be compelling enough to override natural inclination toward friendship with someone who had come searching for him. Late afternoon brought subtle change in atmospheric pressure that both men noticed, despite absence of visible weather indicators. Their horses became increasingly alert, standing motionless while focusing attention on approaches to their observation post. Then they saw him, distant silhouette, moving slowly along elevated ridge, perhaps half a mile from their position. Single rider, on horse that moved with distinctive gait Thomas recognized despite years of separation and considerable distance. Even at range that made specific identification impossible, something about horse and rider combination struck a familiar chord that resonated with memories of shared expeditions across similar terrain. "That's him," Thomas said quietly, statement rather than question, certainty based on recognition that transcended visual confirmation. Danny raised his hand in greeting gesture, but the distant rider made no response beyond continuing slow progress along ridgeline until geographical features concealed him from view. Yet his appearance had been deliberate, calculated to provide confirmation without commitment to direct contact. "He knows we're here," Danny observed. "He's letting us see him, but keeping distance. Maybe testing whether we'll respect his privacy or try to force confrontation." Thomas understood immediately, recognizing behavior consistent with Elias's character and approach to relationships that required mutual consent rather than obligation. His friend was offering opportunity for acknowledgement without demanding immediate resolution of questions that had brought them to the mesa. "We'll wait," Thomas decided, demonstrating respect for Elias's apparent preferences. If he wants to communicate further, he'll find appropriate way to do so. Our job is to be available without being intrusive. This patient approach reflected understanding developed through years of friendship with someone who valued autonomy above social conventions. Elias had always resisted any form of coercion, responding better to invitation than demand, to understanding than expectation. As evening approached, they maintained their observation post while preparing for what might prove final night of their expedition. Thomas found himself contemplating questions that went beyond simple location of missing friend, to broader issues of respect for choices that others made about their own lives, even when those choices created concern or confusion for people who cared about them. Perhaps Elias's continued concealment reflected not rejection of friendship, but protection of something that required solitude to maintain. If his survival on the mesa depended on conditions that contact with town life would disrupt, forcing reunion might constitute harm rather than rescue. Darkness brought return of familiar hoofbeats, but this time the sounds approached directly rather than circling their position. Thomas and Danny remained beside their fire, making themselves clearly visible while avoiding any gesture that might suggest threat or demand for interaction. The hoofbeats stopped perhaps 50 yards from their camp, close enough for conversation but distant enough to permit rapid departure if circumstances required. For several minutes, silence stretched between visible presence and hidden observer, each waiting for other to establish terms of potential communication. "Elias," Thomas called finally, his voice carrying clearly in still air without suggesting urgency or demand. "I kept the promise as best I could, but I never found your body to take to the Cottonwood Grove. If you're ready to help me understand what happened, I'm ready to listen." Silence continued for long moments, then familiar voice emerged from darkness beyond their fire's illumination. "Thomas, I wondered if you'd eventually come looking." The words carried weight of recognition mixed with resignation, as if Elias had been expecting this encounter while hoping it might be avoided. His tone suggested neither joy nor anger at their reunion, but rather a complex acceptance of situation that had become unavoidable. "Are you well?" Thomas asked, focusing on immediate concern rather than demanding explanations that might terminate fragile communication. "Well enough," Elias replied, his voice carrying subtle changes that 15 years of isolation might produce in any man. Different than I was, but adapted to circumstances, Danny remained silent, recognizing this initial exchange as renewal of relationship that predated his involvement and required careful handling to maintain. His role was witness rather than participant, unless specifically invited to contribute. "Why didn't you come back?" Thomas asked the question that had haunted him for 15 years. "We searched for you, mourned you, assumed you were dead." "Because I am dead," Elias answered quietly. "At least, the man who rode out of Clearwater 15 years ago is dead. What remains is something different, connected to this place in ways that make return impossible." This response introduced possibilities Thomas had not considered, despite their increasingly extraordinary experiences on the mesa. If Elias spoke literally rather than metaphorically, their reunion involved encounter with something beyond conventional categories of life and death. "I don't understand," Thomas admitted, inviting explanation without demanding it. "The mesa changed me," Elias continued, his voice carrying conviction about experiences that clearly defied easy description. "I came here looking for something I'd lost years earlier, a connection to land and purpose that town life had weakened. I found it, but accepting it required leaving behind everything that tied me to ordinary existence." The explanation suggested transformation rather than disappearance, evolution rather than tragedy. If Elias had indeed undergone fundamental change that made return to previous life impossible, his concealment reflected practical necessity rather than personal choice. "The Cottonwood Grove," Thomas said, remembering their final conversation. "You asked me to take you there if something happened." "Yes," Elias confirmed, "but what happened wasn't death in usual sense. It was rebirth into different kind of existence that belongs to this place rather than human community. The grove remains important, but not as burial site." Thomas struggled to process implications of these revelations while maintaining focus on practical concerns that had motivated their expedition. If Elias survived in some transformed state, questions about honoring his final request required reinterpretation rather than abandonment. "What do you need from me?" Thomas asked directly, recognizing that conventional friendship might require unconventional expression under extraordinary circumstances. Silence stretched again before Elias responded, as if carefully considering what could be requested without creating obligation that neither could fulfill appropriately. "Understanding," he said finally. "Acceptance that some changes go too deep for reversal, and that choosing different existence doesn't constitute rejection of previous relationships, but recognition of evolution beyond their original context." This request resonated with Thomas's growing awareness that their expedition might conclude with acknowledgement rather than reunion, acceptance rather than rescue. If Elias had indeed found peace through transformation that required continued separation from ordinary life, friendship might best be expressed through respect for his choices rather than attempts to restore previous arrangements. "Will I see you again?" Thomas asked, allowing possibility of farewell without demanding promises about future contact. "Perhaps," Elias replied, his tone suggesting uncertainty about circumstances that might permit additional encounters. "The Mesa draws people who are ready for its gifts, though not everyone recognizes or accepts them. Your willingness to search for answers suggests openness that could lead to deeper understanding." The conversation continued through remaining hours of darkness, touching on memories they shared while exploring implications of Elias's transformation for their continued relationship. By dawn, Thomas had achieved something approaching peace, with mysteries that might never yield complete explanation, but could be honored through appropriate respect for their essential nature. As morning light began revealing surrounding landscape, the presence that had maintained communication throughout night gradually withdrew, leaving Thomas and Danny alone beside their dying fire, with memories of extraordinary encounter that challenged everything they thought they understood about life, death, and the country that connected them. "What do we tell people in town?" Danny asked as they prepared for a return journey to Clearwater. Thomas considered this question carefully, recognizing responsibility to protect Elias's privacy while providing some resolution for community that had wondered about his fate for 15 years. "We tell them we found evidence that he's at peace," Thomas replied finally. "This final ride accomplished what he intended, and that his memory deserves respect, rather than continued speculation about circumstances beyond our complete understanding." This approach would satisfy most residents, while preserving mystery that had become part of Clearwater's folklore. Those who required more definitive answers would remain unsatisfied, but protecting Elias's transformed existence took precedence over community curiosity about matters that touched realms beyond ordinary experience. Their return journey proceeded without unusual incidents, though both men found themselves changed by encounters that had expanded their understanding of possibilities that frontier life might contain. Thomas felt particular satisfaction in achieving resolution that honored his promise to Elias while respecting transformation that made literal fulfillment impossible. Upon reaching Clearwater, Thomas submitted his final report as territorial sheriff, documenting expedition results in terms that provided appropriate closure while preserving essential mysteries. His replacement would inherit routine responsibilities without burden of unresolved questions about predecessors' failure to honor promises made to vanished friends. Jake Morrison listened to their account with understanding that reflected his own experiences with phenomena that defied conventional explanation. Thunder's behavior confirmed their story. The aging stallion had remained calm throughout their absence, as if finally satisfied that his master's fate had been properly acknowledged. "He found what he was looking for," Jake observed, recognizing peace in animal that had carried uncertainty for 15 years. "Sometimes that's all any of us can ask for, chance to find our proper place and make peace with whatever that requires." Thomas nodded agreement with this philosophical perspective, grateful for community that could accept extraordinary explanations when ordinary ones proved insufficient. Clearwater's residents would create their own understanding of Elias Crow's final ride, transforming investigation results into folklore that honored both mystery and resolution in ways that served community needs while protecting individual privacy. Years later, as Thomas settled into retirement activities that took him frequently into country surrounding his former jurisdiction, he occasionally glimpsed distant rider moving slowly across elevated terrain with purposeful grace that reminded him of friend who had found different solution to questions about belonging and purpose that challenged all men who lived between wilderness and civilization. These sightings brought comfort rather than concern, suggesting Elias continued pursuing whatever transformation had claimed him, while maintaining connection to landscape they both loved. The mesa had granted his friend peace through change that might seem tragic to some, but represented fulfillment for someone whose essential nature had always been better suited to solitude than society. The last ride of Elias Crow had indeed ended, but what began in its place continued across terrain that welcomed those ready to accept its gifts, whatever form those offerings might take, and whatever sacrifices they might require, from men courageous enough to embrace transformation that led beyond conventional understanding toward mysteries that rewarded faith with their own form of eternal presence. The wedding celebration at Samuel Garrett's ranch had concluded with such profound joy that Thomas McKenna found himself reluctant to depart immediately. He spent 3 additional days as guest of the grateful family, sharing meals and conversation while his music continued to weave threads of connection between the assembled relatives who had traveled from distant homesteads to witness Mary's marriage to Jacob Miller. During quiet moments between social obligations, Thomas practiced his violin in the barn loft, where Belle rested contentedly in clean straw and abundant feed. The Phantom Waltz had become an integral part of his repertoire, though he played it now with understanding that transcended personal healing. The Eternal Dancers had taught him that love's reality persisted across all boundaries, temporal, physical, and spiritual, manifesting wherever hearts remained open to receive its gifts. On his final evening at the ranch, Samuel approached with offer that demonstrated the impact Thomas's music had made during the celebration. "Several families have been talking," the rancher explained, settling onto a wooden crate beside Tomas's makeshift practice area. "Word's spread about your playing, and there's folks who'd pay good money for a musician willing to travel circuit between settlements." Tomas considered the proposition carefully, recognizing opportunity for stable income while serving communities that rarely experienced professional entertainment. Yet something about the suggestion felt incomplete, as if his recent transformation required expression through different form of service than conventional performance schedule might provide. "I'm honored by their interest," he replied thoughtfully, "but I feel called towards something less predictable. The music that found me in that prairie clearing seems to require freedom to manifest where it's most needed, rather than where it's most expected." Samuel nodded understanding, having observed during the wedding celebration that Thomas's most powerful musical moments emerged spontaneously rather than through planned performance. "Then follow that calling, friend. The frontier's big enough for both settled musicians and wandering ones." The next morning brought farewells that carried weight beyond ordinary business conclusion. Mary and Jacob expressed gratitude that extended far beyond hired entertainment, recognizing that Thomas's presence had transformed their wedding into something approaching sacred celebration. Even children who had danced to his melodies gathered to wave goodbye, their young faces bright with memory of music that had made ordinary evening feel magical. As Thomas guided Belle onto the trail leading southwest from the Garrett Ranch, he carried with him more than payment for services rendered. The wedding had confirmed his understanding that personal healing could become foundation for service to others. That transformation of individual grief into acceptance of love's eternal nature prepared him to help others recognize similar realities within their own circumstances. The terrain gradually changed as he traveled, rolling grassland giving way to more rugged country, where mesas and buttes interrupted the horizon with dramatic geological formations. Red sandstone cliffs rose from valley floors like ancient sentinels, their stratified faces telling stories of geological epochs that dwarfed human concerns, while inspiring awe at time's vast dimensions. It was in this transformed landscape that Thomas first heard mention of Elias Crow, though the name meant nothing to him initially. A trading post where he stopped to purchase supplies and allow Belle to rest. Conversations among other travelers frequently returned to tales of legendary outlaw whose exploits had become frontier folklore throughout the southwestern territories. "Never seen anything like it," remarked grizzled prospector whose clothes bore dust of countless trails. "Crow could outride any man alive, shoot straight as arrow flight, and disappear into country so rough that posses gave up tracking him after few days of broken horses and empty water barrels." The trading post owner, weathered woman of indeterminate age, whose sharp eyes missed nothing, added her own perspective to these admiring accounts. "Elias Crow wasn't just another outlaw. she observed while tallying Thomas's purchases. Man had code about him, never harmed innocent folks, only took from those who could afford losses, and helped more than few families through hard times when banks wouldn't show mercy. Thomas listened to these stories with interest that went beyond casual curiosity. Something about the descriptions of Elias Crow resonated with themes that had emerged during his own recent transformation. The possibility that individuals could transcend ordinary limitations when motivated by purposes larger than personal gain. The way certain figures seemed to embody archetypal qualities that spoke to deeper human aspirations. Is he still active in these parts? Thomas asked, though recent stories suggested the legendary outlaw's career might be approaching its natural conclusion. The prospector and trading post owner exchanged meaningful glances before the older woman responded carefully. Some say Elias Crow rides these canyons still, though others claim he's been dead for years and what folks see now is just ghost, unwilling to accept that his time has passed. This tantalizing ambiguity intrigued Thomas, reminding him of his own encounters with phenomena that existed at boundaries between conventional reality and mysteries that exceeded ordinary understanding. Perhaps Elias Crow represented another manifestation of forces that operated according to principles beyond typical human experience. Legends that achieved reality through persistent belief and recurring manifestation. As Thomas prepared to continue his journey deeper into canyon country, the trading post owner approached with additional information delivered in confidential tone. "If you're traveling the old mining roads through Devil's Canyon," she said quietly, "keep watch for rider on Black Horse who appears at sunset. Some claim it's Crow himself, still patrolling territories he once controlled. Others say it's Death riding to collect what's owed." "Which do you believe?" Thomas asked, genuinely curious about her assessment. The woman smiled enigmatically, her expression suggesting knowledge acquired through years of frontier experience. "I believe some stories become true through telling, and some riders become legends through refusing to accept ordinary endings to extraordinary lives." With this cryptic wisdom echoing in his thoughts, Thomas mounted Bell and headed toward canyon country, where red rock formations created landscape both beautiful and forbidding. The tales of Elias Crow had planted seeds of anticipation in his awareness, preparing him for potential encounter with mysteries that might parallel his recent experiences with phantom dancers and eternal music. The evening sun cast long shadows across the endless prairie as Thomas McKenna guided his weathered horse along the narrow trail that wound through the tall grass like a thread through golden silk. At 34, Thomas carried himself with the quiet dignity of a man who had learned to find solace in solitude, his violin case secured carefully behind his saddle, alongside modest provisions that sustained him during his wandering journeys across the frontier territories. Music had been Thomas's companion long before circumstances had set him adrift in these vast spaces. Born to Irish immigrants in Saint-Denis, he had shown natural talent for the fiddle from an early age, learning traditional melodies from his father while developing his own distinctive style through years of practice and performance. His reputation as a skilled musician had once provided comfortable living in the city's theaters and dance halls, where couples whirled to his melodies beneath chandeliers that cast rainbow patterns across polished floors. That life seemed distant now, transformed by grief into memory as fragile as morning mist. 6 months earlier, consumption had claimed Margaret, his wife of 8 years, leaving Thomas with nothing but an empty house filled with silence where her laughter had once echoed. Unable to bear the weight of familiar surroundings that spoke constantly of loss, he had sold their belongings, saddled his horse, and set out into the territories with only his violin and the hope that distance might eventually diminish the ache that settled like winter in his chest. "Easy, Belle," he murmured to his mare as she picked her way carefully through a patch of uneven ground. The horse, a gentle chestnut with intelligent eyes, had proven an ideal companion for his nomadic existence. Patient with his irregular schedule, content to graze while he practiced his music, alert to dangers that his distracted mind might overlook. The trail he followed showed little evidence of regular use, more of a game path worn by deer and other prairie creatures than a proper road intended for human travel. Yet something about its direction appealed to Thomas's sense of destination, leading him away from the established routes that connected towns and settlements toward regions where solitude came naturally and music could flow without constraint of time or audience expectation. As afternoon deepened toward evening, the landscape gradually changed from open grassland to areas where scattered groves of oak and cottonwood provided welcome relief from the constant exposure of treeless prairie. The air grew cooler with approaching dusk, carrying scents of wild flowers and sage that reminded Thomas of childhood summers, when the world had seemed full of endless possibility rather than profound absence. His attention was drawn to smoke, rising in a thin, straight column ahead, not the heavy, dark smoke of a prairie fire, but the pale, controlled smoke of a well-tended campfire. Thomas approached cautiously, knowing frontier etiquette demanded respectful identification before intruding upon another traveler's temporary claim to camping space. "Hello, the camp," he called out when close enough to make himself heard without shouting. "Thomas McKenna, traveling musician, requesting permission to water my horse at your stream." The response came from an elderly woman who emerged from beside a modest wagon positioned near a grove of cottonwoods. She appeared to be in her 70s with silver hair pinned neatly beneath a faded sunbonnet and wearing practical traveling clothes that spoke of years spent adapting to frontier conditions. Despite her age, she moved with steady confidence as she approached Thomas with evident curiosity rather than suspicion. "Musician, you say?" she called back, her voice carrying the slight accent that suggested European origins. "Been long since I heard proper music in these parts. I'm Clara Hoffman, bound for my sister's place near Strawberry. You're welcome to share my fire if you've got tunes to trade for supper." Thomas dismounted gratefully, leading Belle toward the small stream that meandered through the grove. "That's generous of you, Mrs. Hoffman. I'd be honored to play for such hospitable company." As he unsaddled his horse and allowed her to drink, Thomas studied his surroundings with the practiced eye of someone who had learned to read landscapes for both beauty and practical considerations. The grove provided excellent shelter from prairie winds, while the stream offered reliable water source. More intriguingly, he noticed evidence of previous use: fire-blackened stones arranged in careful circles, wagon ruts that suggested regular stopping place for travelers, and something else that caught his attention with unusual intensity. Perhaps 100 yards beyond Clara's wagon, the tree line opened into a clearing where tall prairie grass grew in perfect circle around what appeared to be remnants of much older campsite. Even from this distance, Thomas could distinguish weathered stones arranged in deliberate patterns, fragments of what might once have been wagon wheels, and the unmistakable depression where generations of fires had left their mark upon the earth. "Curious place for camping," he observed, gesturing toward the distant clearing as he joined Clara beside her fire. The elderly woman followed his gaze, her expression shifting subtly from casual friendliness to something more thoughtful, perhaps even reverential. "Ah, you've noticed the old place," she said quietly, settling onto a camp stool with slow care. "Been there longer than anyone remembers. My grandmother used to tell stories about what happened in that clearing. though most folks nowadays think it's just prairie nonsense. Thomas arranged his bedroll at respectful distance from Clara's wagon, while his curiosity sharpened around her cryptic comment. Throughout his travels, he had encountered numerous frontier legends. Tales of buried treasure, ghostly apparitions, mysterious lights that appeared on certain nights. Most proved to be embellished accounts of ordinary phenomena, though a few had contained elements that resisted easy explanation. "What sort of stories?" he asked, retrieving his violin case with careful attention to its security straps and protective padding. Clara busied herself with preparing evening meal, adding vegetables to a pot that already contained what smelled like rabbit stew. "Wedding that never finished," she replied matter-of-factly, as if discussing weather patterns or crop conditions. Back in the early days of settlement, when this area was even more isolated than it is now. Young couple from different families, planning to marry right here in this grove where their parents had first met years before. Thomas opened his violin case, revealing the instrument that had been his grandfather's gift for his 16th birthday. The wood glowed warm amber in the firelight, its surface bearing small scars and worn patches that testified to decades of faithful service. As he tuned the strings with practiced efficiency, he found himself drawn into Clara's narrative, despite usual skepticism regarding frontier folklore. "Everything was prepared," Clara continued, stirring the stew with wooden spoon worn smooth by years of use. Families had traveled from homesteads scattered across 3 counties. Musicians brought fiddles and harmonicas. Someone had constructed a dance floor from wagon boards, and the bride wore her grandmother's dress that had crossed the ocean from Germany. The violin's strings responded to Thomas's adjustments with pure, clear notes that seemed to harmonize naturally with the evening sounds of insects beginning their nightly chorus. Yet something about those notes struck him as unusual tonight. Not in the instrument's response, which remained familiar and reliable, but in how the sound seemed to carry differently in this particular location, as if the very air possessed qualities that enhanced musical resonance. "What happened to prevent the wedding?" he asked, though part of him already anticipated the general outline of tragedy that such stories typically contained. Clara ladled stew into tin bowls, handing one to Thomas, along with a piece of bread that smelled of home kitchens and careful preparation. Cholera outbreak struck the nearest settlement 3 days before the ceremony. Word came by messenger that the epidemic was spreading. Families needed to return immediately to care for their own. The wedding party dispersed in single afternoon, promising to reschedule when the danger passed. Thomas tasted the stew, finding it excellently seasoned and warming against the evening chill that had begun to settle as darkness approached. But they never had the chance to return. The epidemic claimed both families within 2 weeks, Clara confirmed quietly. Bride, groom, parents, siblings. Cholera showed no mercy to hopes or plans. The clearing where they had prepared for celebration became reminder of loss instead of joy, though my grandmother always insisted something of their happiness remained there, waiting. This conclusion struck Thomas as particularly poignant, given his own recent experience with loss that had transformed familiar places into landscapes of absence rather than comfort. Yet Clara's telling suggested different perspective, not loss as erasure, but as transformation into something that persisted beyond ordinary understanding. "Your grandmother believed in ghosts?" he asked carefully, neither endorsing nor dismissing such possibilities. Clara smiled, her weathered features softening with memory. She believed in love strong enough to outlast the circumstances that originally contained it. DK used to say she sometimes heard music drifting from that clearing on certain evenings. Fiddle tunes and the soft sound of feet moving in waltz time, across ground where no dancers were visible. As if summoned by her words, a faint sound caught Thomas's attention. So subtle he initially dismissed it as wind moving through the cottonwood leaves or distant cattle lowing in some remote pasture. But as he listened more carefully, the sound resolved into something unmistakably musical. Slow, melodic notes that seemed to drift from the direction of the distant clearing with ethereal quality that made his pulse quicken with recognition. "Do you hear that?" he asked quietly, setting down his bowl and reaching instinctively for his violin. Clara tilted her head, listening with the concentrated attention of someone accustomed to distinguishing subtle sounds across prairie distances. After several moments, her expression brightened with what appeared to be pleased recognition rather than alarm. "The waltz," she whispered. "First time in years I've heard it so clearly." The music continued, growing neither louder nor fainter, but maintaining constant presence at the edge of audibility, notes that seemed to weave themselves into the natural evening sounds until distinguishing between melody and ambient noise became impossible, and found himself unconsciously humming along with the tune, his fingers moving against imaginary strings as if his hands remembered music he had never consciously learned. "I should investigate," he said, standing and cradling his violin with practiced care. As a musician, I mean. Professional curiosity about where such clear notes might originate in apparently empty clearing. Clara nodded, understanding, though her expression carried gentle warning alongside encouragement. "Go carefully, Thomas McKenna. What waits in that clearing means no harm, but it represents something precious that deserves respectful approach. My grandmother always said the music appeared for those who needed healing, not entertainment." This perspective resonated with Thomas's current emotional state more deeply than he cared to examine. The grief that had driven him from Saint-Denis remained as constant companion, softened by travel and solitude, but never fully absent from his awareness. If Clara's grandmother had been correct about the music's purpose, perhaps tonight offered opportunity for encounter with forces that understood loss, while pointing toward possibilities beyond mere endurance. Taking his violin and bow, Thomas walked slowly toward the distant clearing, guided by music that seemed to beckon without demanding, invite without compelling. The tall grass whispered around his legs as he moved, creating rhythm that complemented the mysterious melody in ways that felt intentional rather than coincidental. As he approached the edge of the circular clearing, Thomas could see more clearly the remnants Clara had described. Weathered stones arranged in patterns that might once have supported temporary structures, fragments of wagon wheels half buried in prairie soil, and at the center, a depression lined with blackened stones where countless fires had burned across the decades since the interrupted wedding. The music grew more distinct without becoming louder, as if he were approaching its source through layers of time rather than simple physical distance. Thomas could now identify individual instruments within the ethereal ensemble. Fiddle taking the lead melody, harmonica providing gentle accompaniment, and underneath it all, the soft rhythm of feet moving in traditional waltz pattern across ground that showed no visible dancers. Standing at the clearing's edge, Thomas raised his violin and bow, waiting for the melody to complete its current phrase, before joining the invisible ensemble with trembling hands and racing heart. When his bow touched the strings, the notes that emerged seemed to blend seamlessly with the phantom music, as if his instrument had been specifically tuned to harmonize with sounds that existed beyond ordinary acoustic principles. The experience proved unlike anything in Thomas's extensive musical background. Rather than leading or following the melody, he found himself participating in musical conversation that required no communication beyond the notes themselves. His violin sang in harmony with instruments he could not see, played by musicians who cast no shadows in the moonlight that had begun to illuminate the clearing with silver radiance. As the waltz continued, Thomas became aware of movement within the clearing. Not solid figures exactly, but suggestions of presence that appeared in peripheral vision before dissolving when observed directly. A flash of pale fabric that might have been a wedding dress, the momentary outline of a man's formal coat, glimpses of faces that smiled with joy, undimmed by tragedy that had claimed their earthly existence. The dancers, if dancers they were, moved with fluid grace that spoke of love unencumbered by physical limitations. Thomas watched, transfixed, as two figures became visible in the clearing center. Bride and groom locked in eternal waltz, spinning slowly around the ancient fire pit, while their feet traced patterns that seemed to ignite the very ground with remembrance of happiness too pure to be destroyed by death itself. Thomas played with tears streaming down his face, though whether from grief or overwhelming beauty he could not determine. The music seemed to reach directly into his chest where sorrow had made its home, not to remove the pain, but to transform it into something that could coexist with joy, to demonstrate that love's reality transcended the circumstances that had originally given it form. The bride turned toward him as she danced, her face radiant with happiness that acknowledged loss without being diminished by it. In her expression, Thomas glimpsed truth that his grief had obscured. Margaret's love had not vanished with her death, but had transformed into something that existed beyond temporal limitations, available to him whenever he opened his heart to receive rather than merely remember. For timeless moments, Thomas played while ghostly lovers danced their eternal waltz beneath stars that had witnessed their original joy and continued to bless their persistent celebration. The music filled the clearing with presence that transcended ordinary understanding, not supernatural in the sense of violation of natural law, but hypernatural in its demonstration of realities that existed alongside conventional experience, without contradicting it. Gradually, the phantom ensemble began to fade, instruments dropping out one by one, until only Thomas's violin continued the melody. The dancers slowed their eternal spinning, coming to rest beside the ancient fire pit, where they gazed at each other with love that required no words, no promises, no assurance beyond what their hearts contained. As the last notes of the waltz faded into prairie silence, the figures dissolved like morning mist, leaving Thomas alone in the clearing, with the profound understanding that solitude and presence could coexist in ways his previous experience had never suggested. Thomas lowered his violin slowly, overwhelmed by the encounter's emotional intensity, while simultaneously feeling lighter than he had in months. The grief remained, but it no longer filled the entire space of his awareness. Room had been created for other feelings: gratitude for love received, appreciation for beauty that persisted despite tragedy, hope that connection transcended physical separation. Walking back toward Clara's campfire, Thomas found the elderly woman waiting, with patient attention and knowing expression that suggested she had anticipated something significant might occur during his musical investigation. She poured coffee from the pot that had been keeping warm beside the coals, handing him a cup with steady hands that showed no surprise at his emotional state. "The waltz found you," she observed gently, settling back onto her camp stool with satisfaction of someone whose expectations had been fulfilled. Thomas nodded, accepting the coffee gratefully, as he tried to find words for experience that seemed to exceed language's capacity for adequate description. "I've never encountered anything like that," he finally managed. Music that seemed to exist independently of any visible source. Dancers who appeared more real than reality itself. Clara smiled with understanding. that came from years of carrying her grandmother's stories, and perhaps her own encounters with mysteries that frontier life occasionally revealed to receptive observers. My grandmother always said the clearing preserved their wedding night exactly as it should have been, not as memory of what was lost, but as celebration of what could never be taken away. This interpretation offered framework for processing what Thomas had witnessed, suggesting that phenomena like the phantom waltz represented not supernatural intrusion into natural order, but revelation of natural order's greater complexity than ordinary perception typically acknowledged. Love, music, joy, these forces might possess reality independent of the physical circumstances that had originally given them expression. Will they appear again? Thomas asked, though part of him recognized that demanding repetition of such experiences might diminish their essential mystery. When needed, Clara replied simply. When someone arrives who requires healing rather than entertainment, reminder rather than distraction, the music chooses its audience, as much as the audience discovers the music. Thomas spent the remainder of the evening in contemplative silence, occasionally playing soft melodies on his violin, while Clara prepared for sleep with the efficient routine of experienced traveler. The notes he produced seemed to carry differently than usual, enriched by his encounter with the Phantom Ensemble in ways that would influence his music for years to come. As he arranged his bedroll beneath stars that seemed closer and more personally attentive than usual, Thomas reflected on the evening's events with amazement at how quickly profound transformation could occur when least expected. This morning he had awakened as man defined primarily by loss. Tonight he rested as someone who had rediscovered presence within absence, connection within solitude. The clearing remained visible in the moonlight, peaceful and ordinary in appearance, yet forever transformed in Thomas's perception into sacred space, where love had demonstrated its capacity to transcend temporal limitations. Tomorrow he would continue his journey across the territories, but with understanding that carried promise of eventual return to life's fullness rather than mere endurance of its diminishments. Sleep came easily for the first time in months, accompanied by dreams of dancing figures whose joy had proved stronger than the circumstances that had challenged it. In those dreams, Margaret appeared not as memory of loss, but as presence of love that required no physical form to remain perfectly real and infinitely available. Morning arrived with characteristic prairie brilliance, golden sunlight streaming across grass that sparkled with dew crystals like scattered diamonds. Thomas woke, refreshed in ways that went beyond simple rest, feeling as if fundamental tensions that had governed his existence for months had finally begun to release their hold on his spirit. Clara had already begun preparing breakfast, moving about her camp with quiet efficiency while Belle grazed contentedly nearby. The elderly woman's expression suggested she had slept well, perhaps comforted by knowledge that the clearing's gift had found appropriate recipient in Thomas's grief-opened heart. "Will you continue west today?" she asked, offering him coffee and biscuits that smelled of home kitchens and careful preparation. Thomas considered the question while gazing toward the clearing that appeared perfectly ordinary in daylight, yet remained forever changed in his perception. "Eventually," he replied, "but perhaps I'll linger in this area for a few days, practice my music, let Belle rest, think about what I witnessed last night." Clara nodded approval of this decision. The clearing rewards those who approach with patience rather than demand immediate revelation. My grandmother used to say the music revealed different aspects to listeners who returned multiple times, each encounter deepening understanding of what love could accomplish when freed from ordinary limitation. After breakfast, Thomas helped Clara break camp and load her wagon, ensuring she had everything needed for safe continuation of her journey to Strawberry. As she prepared to depart, the elderly woman reached into her wagon and withdrew a small package wrapped in faded cloth. "My grandmother's music box," she explained, placing it carefully in Thomas's hands. "Plays the same waltz you heard last night, though never so beautifully as when the clearing itself provides the music. She would want it to stay with someone who understands its significance." Thomas accepted the gift with profound gratitude, understanding that Clara was entrusting him with tangible connection to the phantom dancers and their eternal celebration. The music box felt warm in his hands, its modest weight carrying significance far beyond its physical property. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that no elaborate expression could adequately convey his appreciation for both the gift and the evening that had made him worthy to receive it. Clara smiled, climbing onto her wagon seat with careful attention to her aged joints. "The clearing will be here when you're ready to visit again," she said as she took up the reins. "And the music will find you wherever you go, now that you've learned to listen for it." As her wagon disappeared beyond the cottonwood grove, Thomas found himself alone with Belle and the profound silence that followed significant encounters. Yet the silence felt different now, not empty but full of potential, not absence but space prepared for new possibilities to emerge. He spent the morning exploring the area more thoroughly, discovering game trails that led to vantage points offering spectacular views of the surrounding prairie. From elevated positions, he could see for miles in every direction, rolling grassland that stretched to distant horizons, where earth met sky in shimmering lines that seemed to dance in heat waves rising from sun-warmed soil. The clearing remained visible from these heights, appearing as a perfect circle of slightly different grass coloration that would be invisible to casual observers, but now stood out clearly to Thomas's educated eye. Even in daylight, something about the space seemed to hold residual energy from the previous night's encounter, not visible exactly, but perceptible to awareness that had been opened to subtler dimensions of reality. That afternoon, Thomas returned to the clearing with his violin, positioning himself at its edge while he practiced scales and exercises that helped maintain his technical skills. The notes seemed to resonate differently in this location, carrying further and clearer than they should according to acoustic principles he understood. More significantly, Belle showed unusual interest in his playing, positioning herself where she could observe both Thomas and the clearing while maintaining alert attention that suggested she perceived elements beyond her master's awareness. As evening approached, Thomas prepared simple meal from his provisions, while keeping careful attention to atmospheric changes that might indicate return of the phantom ensemble. The transition from day to night proceeded with magnificent display of colors that painted the western sky in shades of gold, orange, and deep purple that gradually gave way to star-filled darkness. When the first faint notes drifted from the clearing's center, Thomas felt no surprise, only deep gratitude for second opportunity to participate in musical conversation that transcended ordinary experience. Tonight, the ensemble seemed larger, including instruments he hadn't noticed previously, guitar providing gentle rhythm, harmonica adding ethereal harmony, and what sounded like distant voices, humming wordless melody that wove through the instrumental parts like silver thread through tapestry. Thomas joined the phantom musicians with confidence born of previous night's experience, his violin finding its place within the ensemble as naturally as if he had rehearsed with them for years. The waltz unfolded with variations and elaborations that demonstrated the music's living quality, not mere repetition of fixed composition, but ongoing creation that responded to each performer's contribution while maintaining essential character that connected it to the interrupted wedding celebration. The dancers appeared more clearly tonight, Perhaps because Tomas's eyes had learned to perceive their reality during previous encounter. Bride and groom moved with fluid grace that spoke of love purified by tragedy into essence undimmed by temporal limitations. Around them, other figures became visible, wedding guests whose joy had transcended the epidemic that claimed their earthly existence, musicians whose dedication to celebration proved stronger than death itself. Thomas played with tears of gratitude rather than grief, overwhelmed by privilege of participating in a demonstration of love's capacity to create realities that existed beyond physical constraints. The music seemed to reach directly into his heart where Margaret's memory resided, not to resurrect what had been lost, but to reveal what had been transformed. Love that required no physical presence to remain perfectly real and infinitely available. For hours, the celestial celebration continued, with Thomas's violin weaving melodies that expressed his own love for Margaret while harmonizing with eternal joy of the phantom wedding party. The music created space where past and present, loss and presence, grief and gratitude could coexist without contradiction, where healing occurred not through forgetting, but through expanded understanding of love's true nature. As dawn approached, the phantom ensemble gradually faded, instruments dropping out one by one until only Thomas's violin carried the melody into approaching daylight. The dancers slowed their eternal waltz, coming to rest beside the ancient fire pit where they exchanged looks of infinite tenderness before dissolving into morning mist that rose from dew-covered grass. Thomas remained in the clearing as sunlight began to illuminate the prairie, overwhelmed by profound transformation that had occurred within his understanding of loss, love, and the possibilities available to human hearts willing to remain open despite grief's natural tendency toward closure. In the days that followed, Thomas established temporary camp near the grove, spending mornings exploring the surrounding territory, while afternoons were devoted to practice and composition, inspired by his encounters with the phantom waltz. His music evolved, incorporating elements that seemed to bridge temporal boundaries, melodies that spoke simultaneously of loss and presence, endings and beginnings, separation and eternal connection. Each evening brought return of the celestial ensemble, though Thomas learned that approaching with expectation rather than openness could prevent the music from manifesting. The phantom dancers appeared when his heart was prepared to receive their gift, rather than demand their performance. A subtle distinction that taught him important lessons about the difference between healing and entertainment. Belle proved excellent companion for this period of musical and spiritual exploration, content to graze in meadows near the grove, while remaining alert to her master's emotional state. The horse seemed to understand significance of their location, showing none of the restlessness that typically accompanied extended stays in single place during their travels. After a week of this healing routine, Thomas began to sense completion approaching. Not end of transformation, but achievement of stable foundation for whatever journey would follow. The grief that had driven him from Saint-Denis had been transmuted into acceptance that included, rather than excluded, love's continuing presence. Margaret existed now not as memory of loss, but as eternal companion whose love transcended physical separation. On what he sensed would be his final evening in the clearing, Thomas played with particular intensity, pouring gratitude for healing received and love rediscovered into melodies that seemed to lift directly from his heart into night air filled with stars and possibilities. The phantom ensemble responded with music of extraordinary beauty, creating symphony that expressed perfect balance between joy and sorrow, presence and absence, time and eternity. The dancers whirled with radiant happiness, their eternal wedding celebration reaching crescendo that seemed to bless not only their own interrupted joy, but all love that persisted despite circumstances that challenged its expression. In their faces, Thomas glimpsed truth that would sustain him through whatever trials lay ahead. Love's reality transcended the conditions that had originally given it form, remaining forever available to hearts prepared to receive its gifts. As the celestial waltz reached its conclusion, the bride approached Thomas's position at the clearing's edge, her ethereal presence somehow more solid and immediate than during previous encounters. She extended her hand toward him, not invitation to join the phantom dance, but gesture of gratitude for music that had enriched their eternal celebration. Thomas bowed respectfully, understanding that he had been granted privilege beyond ordinary experience, opportunity to participate in demonstration of love's ultimate triumph over separation, loss, and death itself. The bride smiled with radiance that seemed to illuminate the entire clearing before fading into morning mist that announced approaching dawn. Standing alone in the sacred space where love had proved its eternal nature, Thomas felt profound peace settle into regions of his heart where grief had maintained residence for months. The sorrow remained, but it no longer defined the totality of his emotional landscape. Room had been created for gratitude, hope, and renewed connection with life's fundamental goodness. When full daylight arrived, Thomas packed his belongings with deliberate care, knowing his time in this healing place had reached natural conclusion. Belle seemed to sense their imminent departure, showing increased alertness while remaining calm, trusting her master's judgment about timing and direction for their continued journey. Before leaving, Thomas took Clara's music box from his saddlebags and wound its mechanism carefully. A familiar waltz melody emerged in delicate notes that seemed to bless his departure, while promising connection that would persist regardless of physical distance from the clearing where love had demonstrated its eternal nature. As he rode away through morning sunshine that painted the prairie in shades of gold and green, Thomas carried with him more than memory of extraordinary encounter. The phantom waltz had become part of his musical vocabulary, his emotional repertoire, his spiritual understanding. Margaret's love traveled with him not as burden of loss, but as gift of presence that would enrich whatever music he created during the years ahead. The clearing diminished in the distance, but not in significance, remaining forever visible in Thomas's transformed awareness as sacred space, where healing occurred through recognition of love's capacity to transcend every limitation, except human willingness to receive its gifts. The campfire waltz would continue its eternal celebration, available to other wounded hearts that arrived prepared to participate in music that bridged temporal boundaries while demonstrating love's ultimate victory over separation itself. Miles ahead lay territories yet unexplored, communities that might welcome traveling musician whose repertoire now included melodies learned from phantom ensemble in haunted clearing. Thomas urged Belle forward with renewed sense of purpose, carrying healing music toward audiences who might need reminders that love's reality transcended every circumstance that challenged its expression, that somewhere in the vast prairie, dancers still whirled to eternal waltz that celebrated joy, too pure to be destroyed by tragedy, love too strong to be diminished by death, and music too beautiful to be silenced by time itself. The journey continued across rolling grassland that stretched endlessly toward horizons where earth met sky in wavering lines of heat and promise. Thomas found himself humming fragments of the phantom waltz as Belle maintained steady pace through terrain that seemed somehow more welcoming than during his earlier travels. The music had changed him in ways that extended beyond emotional healing. His very perception of the landscape appeared enhanced, more attentive to subtle beauties that previously might have escaped notice. Wildflowers dotted the prairie in clusters of purple, yellow, and white that created natural gardens among the sea of grass. Thomas began stopping more frequently to appreciate these displays, understanding now that beauty persisted even in spaces touched by loss, that celebration could coexist with sorrow without diminishing either experience. His violin emerged often during these pauses, adding human music to the symphony of wind and bird song that provided constant accompaniment to his travels. 3 days after leaving the sacred clearing, Thomas encountered another traveler heading east, a middle-aged rancher named Samuel Garrett, who recognized the quality of Thomas's instrument and asked about his musical background. Their conversation around shed campfire revealed that Samuel's daughter was to be married the following month, and the family had been searching for a musician capable of providing appropriate entertainment for the celebration. "We've got families coming from 5 different counties," Samuel explained, stirring beans that bubbled over carefully tended flame. "Some folks haven't seen each other in years, and my Mary deserves wedding music that'll give everyone reason to dance until dawn. You interested in earning honest wages while bringing joy to good people?" Thomas considered the offer carefully, remembering Clara's words about the phantom waltz appearing for those who needed healing rather than entertainment. Yet something about Samuel's description resonated with lessons learned in the haunted clearing. The importance of celebrating love while opportunity existed. The value of music that brought people together rather than simply providing background accompaniment. "I'd be honored to play for your daughter's wedding," Thomas replied, meaning the acceptance more deeply than ordinary business arrangement might warrant. Music deserves to serve joy whenever possible. Samuel's weathered features brightened with relief and satisfaction. "Mary will be pleased. She's been worried we wouldn't find proper musicians willing to travel so far for frontier wedding. Most prefer staying in towns where work comes regular." As they finalized arrangements for the upcoming celebration, Thomas found himself sharing carefully selected details about his recent experiences in the prairie clearing. Not the supernatural elements that might strain credibility, but the profound understanding about love's persistence and music's healing power that had emerged from those encounters. Samuel listened with attention that suggested personal recognition of loss transformed through acceptance. "Lost my wife 2 years back," the rancher admitted quietly, gazing into flames that danced with hypnotic patterns. "Cancer took her slow, gave us time to say everything needed saying. But the silence afterward..." He shook his head, unable to complete the thought. Thomas nodded understanding, remembering his own recent experience with silence that had seemed to expand until it threatened to consume everything meaningful in his existence. "The clearing taught me that silence and presence aren't opposites," he offered gently. "Sometimes what we think is absence is actually love, speaking in language we haven't learned to hear yet." This observation seemed to resonate with Samuel, who sat quietly for several minutes before sharing memories of his deceased wife. Her laughter that had filled their home, her skill with garden plants that still bloomed in carefully tended beds, her insistence that their daughter receive education equal to any available in larger communities. As he spoke, Thomas heard echoes of his own grief transformed through acceptance into celebration of love received rather than mourning for connection lost. The following weeks passed in pleasant routine as Thomas traveled slowly towards Samuel's ranch, stopping frequently to practice music that might enhance the upcoming wedding celebration. His repertoire expanded beyond the Phantom Waltz to include traditional dance tunes, romantic ballads, and lively pieces designed to encourage participation rather than passive listening. Yet underneath all his preparations ran constant awareness of the eternal dancers whose joy had taught him music's true purpose. Belle thrived during this period of unhurried travel, her coat gleaming with health while her temperament remained alert and cooperative. The mayor seemed to understand significance of their mission, showing particular enthusiasm when Thomas practiced wedding music during evening camps. Sometimes she would move closer to his position, ears pricked forward, as if listening not just to melodies, but to intentions behind them. 2 days before reaching Samuel's ranch, Thomas encountered unexpected reminder of his recent transformation. Camping beside small stream that provided excellent water for Belle and pleasant surroundings for evening practice, he became aware of atmospheric changes that recalled his experiences in the haunted clearing. The air seemed to thicken with presence beyond ordinary perception, carrying subtle sounds that might have been wind through grass or distant echo of familiar waltz melody. Standing with violin ready, Thomas waited patiently as phantom music gradually became audible. Not the full ensemble he had encountered previously, but single fiddle, playing the eternal waltz with pure clarity that seemed to bless his upcoming performance at Samuel's daughter's wedding. The melody continued for perhaps 10 minutes before fading into prairie silence, leaving Thomas with profound sense of encouragement and connection. "They're still with me," he whispered to Belle, who had remained unusually attentive throughout the phantom performance. "The music travels wherever it's needed." This realization brought deep comfort, confirming that healing received in the sacred clearing would continue influencing his life, regardless of physical distance from that transformative location. The phantom dancers had given him more than temporary respite from grief. They had demonstrated love's capacity to transcend limitations while remaining perfectly available to hearts prepared to receive its gifts. Samuel's ranch proved to be a well-maintained operation, covering several thousand acres of prime grazing land. The main house, built from local stone and timber, projected air of prosperity achieved through honest work rather than inherited wealth. Outbuildings included barns, corrals, and guest quarters that would accommodate visiting families during the wedding celebration. Mary Garrett emerged from the house as Thomas approached, her resemblance to Samuel evident in strong features and direct manner that spoke of frontier upbringing, combined with gentle refinement. At 22, she possessed natural beauty enhanced by obvious happiness regarding her upcoming marriage to Jacob Miller, whose family ranch bordered Samuel's property to the north. "Mr. McKenna," she called out warmly, hurrying forward to greet their hired musician. "Father says you're the finest fiddle player in 3 territories. I can't wait to hear you play." Thomas dismounted carefully, retrieving his violin case before responding to Mary's enthusiasm, with a smile that reflected his own transformed relationship with music's purpose. "I'll do my best to provide melodies worthy of such a joyous occasion," he promised, meaning the commitment more deeply than ordinary professional courtesy might suggest. The next 2 days passed in busy preparation as families arrived from distant ranches and scattered homesteads. Thomas established himself in a comfortable room above the main barn, a position that offered privacy for practice, while remaining accessible to consultations about musical selections for various parts of the celebration. His reputation had preceded him, and several guests approached with requests for specific songs that held personal significance. Each consultation revealed stories of love found, tested and sustained through frontier challenges that might have defeated less determined couples. Thomas listened carefully to these accounts, understanding now that his role extended beyond simple entertainment to participation in celebration of love's triumph over circumstances that constantly threatened its expression. The phantom dancers had prepared him for this deeper understanding of music's sacred function. The evening before the wedding, Thomas joined family gathering around large bonfire constructed in clearing behind the main house. 3 generations of Garretts and Millers shared stories, songs, and traditional foods, while stars emerged overhead in magnificent display that rivaled any he had witnessed during solitary travels. His violin added gentle accompaniment to conversations that wove family histories into tapestry of connection spanning decades. As the evening progressed, Thomas found himself playing fragments of the Phantom Waltz, though he kept these passages subtle enough to blend seamlessly with more conventional selections. Yet, several listeners commented on the unusual beauty of certain melodies they couldn't quite identify, and he noticed couples drawing closer together during these ethereal interludes. Mary approached as the gathering began to disperse, her expression combining excitement about tomorrow's ceremony with gentle concern about details beyond her control. "Everything will be perfect, won't it?" she asked, seeking reassurance that Thomas understood encompassed far more than musical considerations. "Love makes its own perfection," he replied, offering wisdom gained through recent encounters with eternal celebration that had transcended every limitation except human capacity to perceive its reality. Music simply helps people recognize what already exists. This response seemed to satisfy Mary, who smiled with relief before joining Jacob for a quiet walk around the ranch grounds. Thomas watched them disappear into moonlight, their silhouettes merging into single form that recalled phantom dancers whose eternal waltz had demonstrated love's capacity to create realities beyond temporal constraints. The wedding day dawned with crystal clarity that promised ideal conditions for outdoor celebration. Thomas rose early to tune his violin and review musical selections that would accompany ceremony and subsequent dance. His preparations included private performance of the Phantom Waltz, played softly in the barn loft where only Belle could hear. Prayer of gratitude for healing received and blessing requested for joy about to be celebrated. As guests assembled for the ceremony, Thomas positioned himself where violin music could enhance rather than dominate proceedings. The simple beauty of prairie weddings struck him as perfectly appropriate. Wildflowers gathered by children decorated temporary altar constructed from ranch timber, while families arranged themselves in semicircle that included everyone in shared witness to love, declared publicly. When Mary appeared in her grandmother's white dress, walking arm in arm with Samuel toward Jacob, who waited with obvious adoration, Thomas began playing melody that seemed to emerge from his heart rather than memory. The notes that flowed from his violin created an atmosphere of sacred celebration that transformed ordinary ranch clearing into space worthy of eternal commitment being proclaimed. Throughout the ceremony, Tomas's music provided gentle accompaniment to vows that promised fidelity through whatever challenges frontier life might present. His melodies wove between spoken words and shared silence, creating soundtrack for love declared with such sincerity that several guests wiped away tears of recognition and blessing. As Jacob kissed his new bride and the gathering erupted in cheers and applause, Thomas played triumphant melody that seemed to lift everyone's spirits toward celebration that would continue well into the night. The Phantom Waltz had taught him that joy deserved full expression whenever opportunity presented itself, that love proclaimed deserved music worthy of its eternal significance. The dance that followed proved everything Samuel had hoped when hiring traveling musician whose reputation preceded him across the territories. Thomas played with inspired energy that encouraged participation from guests ranging from elderly grandparents to children barely old enough to walk. His repertoire included traditional favorites, alongside innovative pieces that seemed perfectly suited to each moment's particular requirements. Yet it was during the final dance of the evening that Thomas experienced most profound connection between his recent transformation and present celebration. As Mary and Jacob moved together in slow waltz that concluded their wedding festivities, Thomas played the phantom melody with such beauty that dancing couples throughout the clearing seemed to float rather than merely step across grass worn smooth by generations of celebration. In the firelight that illuminated happy faces and graceful movements, Thomas glimpsed eternal quality that connected this temporal celebration with the phantom dancers whose love had transcended death itself. All love partook of the same essential reality, eternal joy that manifested in temporary forms while remaining forever available to hearts prepared to receive its gifts. As the evening concluded and guests began preparing for departure or retirement to temporary accommodations, several people approached Thomas with gratitude that extended far beyond appreciation for a professional entertainment. His music had touched something deeper than ordinary pleasure, creating space where love could be experienced as sacred force rather than mere personal emotion. "Never heard fiddle playing like that," one elderly rancher observed, shaking Thomas's hand with firm grip that spoke of genuine recognition. "Made me remember why I married my Sarah 40 years ago and why I still feel like dancing when she smiles at me." Such comments confirmed Thomas's understanding that healing received in the phantom clearing had prepared him for ministry through music, service that helped others recognize love's eternal reality within their own temporary circumstances. The phantom dancers had given him more than personal comfort. They had trained him to participate in love's ongoing celebration wherever it manifested. Years had passed since Sheriff Thomas Wade's final ride into the Mesa country, and the story of Elias Crow had settled into Clearwater's folklore like dust into the cresses of old leather. The town itself had changed. The railroad that bypassed them eventually sent out branch lines, bringing just enough commerce to keep the settlement alive, though it would never be the prosperous hub its founders had envisioned. Danny Parker, no longer the eager young hunter who had accompanied Thomas on that memorable expedition, now worked as a guide for the occasional travelers who sought the Mesa's mysteries. He had married, raised children, and grown into the kind of steady, weather-beaten man the frontier respected. Yet on certain quiet evenings, when the wind died down and the desert held its breath, Danny would find himself remembering that night when hoofbeats had circled their camp without leaving tracks, and a voice from the darkness had spoken of transformation beyond ordinary understanding. It was Danny who first heard tell of the light in Concho Arroyo, some 40 miles northeast of Clearwater, where the desert carved deep channels through red sandstone and ancient waters had left their mark in twisted formations that caught moonlight like cathedral windows. The story came from a cattle rancher named Miguel Santos, whose weathered face carried the kind of lines that spoke of truth rather than tall tales. "It appears on the darkest nights," Miguel had said, sitting on the porch of Clearwater's general store while his horses rested and his men resupplied. "Down in the bottom of the arroyo, where no one has any business being after sunset. A lantern light, steady and warm, like someone's keeping vigil. But when you ride down to investigate..." He had paused, the way men do when they approach the edges of what they are willing to admit they've seen. "Well, there's never anyone there, just that feeling that someone was and might be again." Danny had listened with the attention of a man who had learned that the desert held more mysteries than maps could chart. The description reminded him of other phenomena he had encountered over the years. Lights that moved with purpose through empty country, sounds that carried meaning beyond their physical source, presence that lingered in places where something significant had occurred or was yet to occur. "How long has this been happening?" Danny had asked, though he suspected the answer would be both specific and vague in the way of frontier mysteries. "Started about 3 months back," Miguel replied. "Always in Concho Arroyo. Always that same stretch where the walls rise highest and the shadows run deepest. My vaqueros won't ride through there after dark anymore, and I can't say I blame them. There's something about that light, peaceful, but lonely too, like it's waiting for something that might never come." The conversation had planted a seed in Danny's mind, the kind of patient curiosity that grew stronger with each passing day until it demanded investigation. He had learned from Thomas Wade and his own experiences that some mysteries required witness, that the desert stories needed human acknowledgement to remain complete. Perhaps the light in Concho Arroyo was simply another chapter in the ongoing narrative of a land that revealed its secrets to those willing to listen. So it was that on a moonless night in late autumn, when the air carried the promise of winter and the stars burned with unusual clarity, Danny Parker found himself riding toward Concho Arroyo with the quiet determination of a man following a path that had been waiting for him to discover it. Behind him, Clearwater dozed in its familiar rhythms, its residents unaware that one of their own was setting out to encounter whatever kept solitary vigil in the deep places where water and wind had carved truth from stone across countless centuries. The desert stretched before him, vast and patient as always, holding its mysteries close while offering them freely to those who approached with proper respect. Somewhere ahead, in an arroyo named for shells that had once lived in ancient seas, a light waited in the darkness. Steady and warm, purposeful and patient, ready to reveal whatever story it had been appointed to tell. The first drops of rain struck Elena Vasquez's weathered hat as she guided her horse along the narrow ridge overlooking Serpent's Back Arroyo. At 24, Elena possessed the quiet confidence of someone who had learned to read the land's moods through necessity rather than choice. Her father's death 3 winters prior had left her with a struggling ranch, a handful of cattle, and questions about her future that seemed to multiply like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. The arroyo stretched below her like a scar carved deep into the high desert, its serpentine path twisting through layers of red and gold sandstone that told stories of ancient floods and patient erosion. During spring runoff or sudden summer storms, the narrow canyon became a rushing torrent that could sweep away anything caught in its path. But for most of the year, it remained bone dry, its smooth floor marked only by scattered debris and the occasional animal track pressed into hardened mud from the last significant rain. Thunder rumbled somewhere beyond the western mountains, still distant but carrying the promise of serious weather moving across the territory. Eleanor had been checking fence lines on the far boundary of her property when the sky began its ominous transformation from clear blue to the peculiar greenish-gray that experienced desert dwellers recognized as harbinger of potentially dangerous storms. Her horse, a reliable mare named Esperanza, shifted nervously beneath her, ears flicking toward the approaching thunder while nostrils flared to test the changing air. Elena reached forward to stroke the animal's neck reassuringly, though she felt her own growing unease as lightning flickered through the distant clouds, still too far away for accompanying thunder, but close enough to illuminate the storm's impressive scope. "Easy girl," she murmured, her voice steady despite internal uncertainty about their best course of action. "We'll find shelter before it reaches us." The words carried more hope than conviction. Her planned route home would require at least 2 hours of careful riding across exposed terrain, with limited options for substantial shelter should the storm arrive ahead of schedule. The arroyo itself offered some protection from wind, but its narrow confines could become deadly trap if flash flooding occurred. Eleanor had learned caution regarding desert storms from her father, who had survived these lands for nearly 4 decades by respecting rather than challenging their occasional fury. The desert forgives many mistakes, he had often told her, but never the mistake of underestimating water's power when it finally comes. As if summoned by her thoughts of him, Elena reached into her saddlebag and withdrew the leather-bound journal she had discovered among his possessions after the funeral. She had been carrying it with her for months now, finding comfort in his careful observations about weather, cattle, land management. The journal's pages chronicled not only practical ranching knowledge, but also his hopes for her future and his quiet pride in her growing competence, managing responsibilities that would have overwhelmed many people her age. Opening to a page marked with a pressed wildflower, Elena read words written in her father's careful script. Elena shows remarkable instinct for reading both cattle and weather. More importantly, she's learning to trust her intuition even when logic suggests different courses. This balance between reason and instinct will serve her well in decisions far beyond ranching. The entry was dated just 6 months before his death, during a period when she had been struggling with doubts about her ability to maintain the ranch alone. His confidence in her capabilities provided ongoing source of strength during moments when the future seemed overwhelming or uncertain. Another rumble of thunder, closer now, reminded Elena of her current predicament. She closed the journal carefully and returned it to the saddlebag, then studied the landscape ahead with renewed attention to potential shelter options. A cluster of large boulders about a mile northeast might offer adequate protection, though reaching them would require crossing several exposed areas where lightning could pose significant danger. As she considered alternatives, movement in the arroyo below caught her attention. At first she thought it might be an animal seeking shelter, but the steady, purposeful nature of the motion suggested something different. Focusing more carefully, Elena detected what appeared to be a faint light moving slowly along the arroyo's floor, barely visible in the growing gloom of the approaching storm. The light seemed to flicker occasionally, as if buffeted by wind, yet maintained consistent progress westward through the narrow canyon. Its pale, yellowish glow resembled a lantern's illumination, though Elena couldn't imagine why anyone would be traveling through the arroyo during approaching storm conditions, particularly carrying such exposed illumination. Esperanza whinnied softly, drawing Eleanor's attention back to her immediate surroundings. The wind had increased noticeably, carrying the distinctive scent of rain and ozone that preceded significant weather events. Lightning flickered more frequently now, followed by thunder that suggested the storm's leading edge would reach their position within perhaps 30 minutes. Yet Elena found herself oddly reluctant to abandon observation of the mysterious light moving through the arroyo below. Something about its steady, unhurried progress suggested familiarity with the terrain that transcended ordinary human knowledge of the area. Rather than seeming lost or urgent, the light moved with quiet confidence, as if following paths known intimately, despite the approaching danger. Who would be down there now, she wondered aloud, her voice barely audible above the increasing wind. The question triggered memory of conversations with Doña Carmen, the elderly woman who managed the general store in nearby Esperanza Springs and served as unofficial keeper of local history and folklore. Every spring, when tourists and new settlers asked about the area's stories, Doña Carmen would recount various tales of the high desert's mysterious aspects, always delivered with the perfect balance of skepticism and respect that characterized truly wise storytellers. One story in particular now emerged from Elena's memory with startling clarity. The tale of Jeremiah Whitmore, a homesteader who had established a small farm at the mouth of Serpent's Back Arroyo in the early 1870s. Whitmore had been known throughout the territory for his generosity toward travelers and his uncanny ability to predict weather patterns, often providing shelter and guidance to those caught unprepared by the desert's sudden mood changes. According to Doña Carmen's version of the story, Whitmore had disappeared during a particularly severe spring flood, last seen carrying a lantern while attempting to reach help for his sick wife. His body was never recovered, though searchers had found his hat caught in debris miles downstream, several days after the flood receded. His wife had died during his absence, leaving behind only questions about his fate and grateful memories from countless travelers who had benefited from his assistance. But every few years, Doña Carmen would conclude her telling, her voice dropping to thoughtful whisper, especially during storms, people claim to see a lantern moving through the arroyo where Jeremiah's farm used to be. Some say it's his spirit, still trying to complete that last journey for help. Others believe it's something more practical, his way of guiding lost travelers to safety, continuing in death the hospitality he showed in life. Elena had always appreciated these stories as colorful local folklore rather than literal truth. Yet watching the mysterious light below, she found herself reconsidering the distinction between legend and reality. The illumination continued its steady progress through terrain that would challenge experienced travelers even in daylight, moving with purpose that suggested intimate knowledge of safe passages through the arroyo's complex geography. Lightning flashed more intensely, briefly illuminating the entire landscape with stark clarity that revealed no visible bearer of the lantern, only the light itself, hovering perhaps 4 feet above the arroyo's floor, continuing its measured westward journey despite wind that should have extinguished any ordinary flame. Thunder followed almost immediately, indicating the storm had closed much of the distance between its original position and Elena's current location. She needed to make immediate decision about shelter, yet found herself increasingly drawn to the possibility that the mysterious light might represent guidance rather than mere curiosity. Doña Carmen's final words about the lantern story returned to her thoughts with unexpected relevance. Sometimes the light's not lost, it's looking for someone ready to follow. But following requires more than curiosity. It demands trust in mysteries that logic can't explain. Elena studied the terrain between her position and the arroyo floor, calculating the risks involved in descending to investigate more closely. The slope appeared manageable for Esperanza, though returning to high ground quickly would be difficult if flash flooding occurred. Yet something about the lantern's steady progress suggested knowledge of conditions that might not be apparent from her elevated vantage point. What would Papa advise? She asked herself, remembering his emphasis on balancing reason with intuition when facing uncertain decisions. The answer seemed to emerge from the journal's remembered pages. Trust the instincts that had been developing through years of careful observation, while maintaining respect for dangers that demanded practical caution. The mysterious light might indeed represent guidance, but following it required preparation for multiple contingencies. Elena dismounted, checking Esperanza's tack and ensuring her saddlebags were secure for potentially challenging terrain. She retrieved a coiled rope from behind her saddle, fastening it within easy reach, and verified that her matches remained dry in their waterproof container. If the lantern led to shelter, she wanted to be prepared to take advantage of the opportunity. If it led to danger, she needed resources for managing whatever challenges might arise. Remounting, Elena guided Esperanza toward a section of the ridge where game trails provided relatively safe descent into the arroyo. The wind had intensified further, carrying the first scattered raindrops of what promised to become significant precipitation within minutes. Lightning flickered continuously now, accompanied by rolling thunder that seemed to emanate from multiple directions as the storm's sound echoed off canyon walls and distant mesas. As they descended toward the arroyo floor, Elena maintained visual contact with the mysterious light, which continued its unhurried westward progress approximately half a mile ahead of their position. The illumination appeared unchanged by their approach, neither brightening with proximity nor dimming with apparent awareness of human presence. Instead, it maintained consistent intensity and pace, as if operating according to purpose that transcended ordinary concerns about observers or followers. Reaching the arroyo's floor, Elena immediately noticed the dramatic change in acoustic environment. Wind sounds became muffled by surrounding stone walls, while the approaching storm's audio effects seemed amplified and concentrated by the narrow canyon's natural amplification properties. Thunder reverberated with deep, sustained resonance that suggested the power contained within the weather system now approaching their position. The arroyo itself proved wider than it had appeared from above, with floor space sufficient for comfortable riding despite scattered boulders and occasional debris from previous floods. The walls rose 20 to 30 feet on either side, carved into smooth flowing curves by countless years of water action that had created formations of remarkable beauty, despite their origin in violent forces. Elena urged Esperanza forward, maintaining steady pace that gradually closed distance between them and the mysterious light ahead. As they traveled, she noticed details that hadn't been visible from the ridge. The lantern, for it did indeed appear to be some form of lantern rather than natural phenomenon, cast illumination that seemed to reveal optimal path through obstacles that might otherwise require careful navigation in increasing darkness. Boulders that could have blocked passage were revealed to have narrow gaps suitable for horse and rider. Sections where debris might have created hazardous footing showed clearly defined safe routes that avoided potential problems. The light's placement consistently illuminated solutions rather than merely highlighting obstacles, as if its bearer possessed intimate knowledge of the arroyo's geography and potential challenges for travelers. Rain began falling more steadily, though the canyon walls provided some protection from wind-driven precipitation. Elena pulled her hat lower and adjusted her jacket, grateful for the partial shelter, while remaining alert to signs of water accumulation that might indicate flash flooding potential. So far, the arroyo floor remained firm beneath Esperanza's hooves, with only shallow puddles forming in natural depressions carved into the sandstone. Lightning illuminated the canyon with increasing frequency, creating dramatic interplay of light and shadow that transformed familiar geological features into mysterious landscapes that seemed to shift and change with each flash. During these moments of intense illumination, Elena searched for a glimpse of the lantern's bearer, yet saw only the light itself, suspended at consistent height above the canyon floor, as if carried by invisible hands. The mystery deepened her fascination, while challenging assumptions about the nature of what she followed. If no visible person carried the lantern, what explained its purposeful movement and apparently intelligent navigation of terrain obstacles? Was she witnessing genuine supernatural phenomenon, or did practical explanation exist beyond her current understanding? Thunder crashed overhead with intensity that made Esperanza sidestep nervously, though the mare quickly settled when Elena's steady hands on the reins conveyed confidence despite her own growing apprehension about the storm's power. The sound reverberated through the canyon with almost physical force, emphasizing their isolation within landscape that could become dangerous with little warning. Yet the mysterious light continued its steady progress, seemingly unaffected by weather conditions that would challenge any ordinary traveler. Its glow remained constant despite wind and rain that should have extinguished normal flames, while its pace never varied regardless of terrain difficulties that would naturally slow human movement through the increasingly treacherous conditions. As they rounded a bend in the arroyo, Eleanor glimpsed something ahead that made her catch her breath in surprise. The canyon walls opened into a wider area where ancient flood action had carved a natural amphitheater surrounded by towering stone formations. Within this sheltered space, partially concealed by overhang that would provide excellent protection from rain, stood the remnants of what had clearly once been human habitation. Stone foundations outlined the basic structure of a modest dwelling, while scattered debris suggested the presence of other buildings that had been destroyed by flood action sometime in the past. A few weathered wooden posts remained upright, marking what might have been corrals or garden areas, though most evidence of human occupation had been erased by years of weather and occasional flash floods. The mysterious lantern had paused at the edge of this area, its light now casting gentle illumination across the ruins in manner that seemed almost reverent, as if acknowledging memories contained within stones that had once provided foundation for human dreams and daily life. Eleanor realized she was likely looking at what remained of Jeremiah Whitmore's homestead, the farm mentioned in Doña Carmen's story about the helpful settler who had disappeared during his final attempt to seek medical assistance. Rain increased to steady downpour as Elena guided Esperanza toward the overhang that promised shelter from the storm's intensifying fury. Lightning crashed continuously now, followed by thunder so close that the time between flash and sound had nearly disappeared, indicating the storm's center was directly overhead. As they approached the ruins, the mysterious lantern began moving again, this time leading toward a section of the rock overhang where Elena could see evidence of more recent use. Fire-blackened stones arranged in careful circle, a stack of dried wood protected from weather by natural rock shelter, and what appeared to be rough furniture constructed from materials salvaged from the original homestead. The light paused beside this prepared camping area, then began a slow circuit around the sheltered space, as if ensuring Eleanor noticed all available resources and advantages of the location. During this process, its illumination revealed additional details that confirmed someone had prepared this site specifically for providing emergency shelter to travelers caught by severe weather. A cache of supplies, carefully protected from moisture, contained basic necessities: dried food, medical supplies, extra blankets, and tools that might prove essential during extended stay. Everything appeared recently maintained, though Elena saw no evidence of current occupancy or recent human presence beyond the preparatory work itself. The lantern completed its circuit and moved to position near the entrance to the sheltered area, where its light continued steady illumination that welcomed Elena while seeming to stand guard against the storm's fury. Rain pounded the desert beyond their shelter with intensity that would have made continued travel not only uncomfortable but genuinely dangerous, while lightning and thunder created constant display of nature's overwhelming power. Elena dismounted and led Esperanza under the protective overhang, grateful for shelter that appeared perfectly suited to their current needs. As she removed the mare's saddle and began rubbing down her coat with handful of dry grass found among the cached supplies, she reflected on the remarkable chain of circumstances that had led her to safety just as the storm reached its peak intensity. "Thank you," she said softly, addressing words toward the mysterious lantern, though uncertain whether its light represented supernatural presence or merely fortunate coincidence that had guided her to pre-existing shelter. The light flickered once, as if acknowledging her gratitude, then settled into steady glow that provided comfortable illumination for arranging their temporary camp. Eleanor built fire in the prepared stone circle, using dry wood from the provided stack, and soon had warmth and additional light to supplement the lantern's mysterious radiance. As she settled beside the fire with cup of coffee brewed from supplies in her own pack, Eleanor withdrew her father's journal and opened it to random page, seeking his words for comfort during her first night away from the ranch since his death. Her eyes fell upon entry written during particularly difficult period when drought had threatened their cattle and financial survival seemed uncertain. Sometimes the path forward becomes visible only when we stop trying to control every aspect of our journey, her father had written. The desert teaches patience and acceptance of forces beyond human influence, while reward comes to those who remain alert to opportunities that present themselves through circumstances we never could have planned or anticipated. Lightning continued its brilliant display beyond their shelter, while thunder provided dramatic soundtrack to her contemplation of the day's extraordinary events. The mysterious lantern maintained its steady glow from its position near the cave entrance, creating atmosphere of peaceful watchfulness that seemed to invite reflection rather than mere rest. Elena found herself considering not only the practical benefits of the shelter they had found, but also the deeper implications of trusting intuition over conventional logic when facing uncertainty. Following the mysterious light had led to safety and comfort, yet it had also challenged her assumptions about the nature of guidance and the sources from which help might come during times of need. The storm raged for several hours, with rain falling in torrents that would have made any travel impossible even without the lightning danger. Yet within their protected space, Eleanor felt sense of peace and security that transcended mere physical comfort. Something about the lantern's presence suggested protective watch being maintained by a benevolent force that asked nothing in return for the guidance and shelter it provided. As the storm gradually diminished and lightning became less frequent, Eleanor noticed the mysterious light beginning to fade, not through extinction, but through gentle transition that suggested its purpose for the evening had been fulfilled. By the time rain stopped completely and stars began appearing through breaks in dispersing clouds, the lantern had vanished entirely, leaving only memory of its guidance and the practical benefits of the shelter it had revealed. Morning arrived with the crystalline clarity characteristic of desert air washed clean by significant rainfall. Elena woke naturally as dawn light began filtering into their shelter, immediately checking on Esperanza before surveying their surroundings in daylight. The ruins of Whitmore's homestead appeared more extensive than she had realized the previous evening, with foundation outlines revealing what had once been substantial farming operation adapted to high desert conditions. Most remarkable, however, were signs that the shelter they had used was maintained regularly by someone who obviously cared about providing assistance to travelers caught by weather emergencies. The supplies were too well organized and recently stocked to have been left by casual visitors, while the arrangement of furniture and fire circle showed thoughtful attention to creating maximum comfort within natural limitations of the cave environment. Elena spent additional time exploring the area, searching for clues about who maintained this refuge and whether they might be connected to the mysterious lantern that had guided her to safety. She found no definitive answers, though scattered evidence suggested regular but infrequent visits by someone who preferred anonymity to acknowledgement for their charitable efforts. Near the entrance to the shelter, carved discreetly into stone where it would be noticed by those who looked carefully but missed by casual observers, Elena discovered an inscription that made her smile with recognition. For those who follow the light with trust rather than fear, JW. The initials could easily represent Jeremiah Whitmore, though Elena realized she might never know whether the inscription was original to the historical homesteader or added later by someone who chose to honor his memory by continuing traditions of hospitality he had established during his lifetime. Either way, the message captured perfectly the spirit of guidance and protection she had experienced during the previous evening's extraordinary events. As she prepared for the journey home, Elena reflected on changes the experience had created in her perspective regarding both practical navigation and deeper questions about direction in life. Following the mysterious light had required trusting instincts over conventional caution, yet this trust had led to safety, comfort, and expanded understanding of possibilities she had never previously considered. The parallel between literal navigation and life direction seemed obvious, yet profound. Just as the lantern had illuminated safe passage through potentially dangerous terrain, perhaps other forms of guidance were available to those willing to perceive and follow them, even when logical analysis couldn't fully explain their nature or origin. Elena mounted Esperanza and began their journey home through landscape transformed by the previous night's rain. Desert plants showed fresh color and vitality, while small streams ran briefly in normally dry washes, creating temporary beauty that would soon disappear, but provided immediate joy to eyes accustomed to more arid conditions. As they climbed out of the arroyo and onto familiar terrain leading toward her ranch, Elena turned for a final look at the sheltered area where they had found protection. In morning sunlight, it appeared as simply another geological formation marked by historical ruins. Remarkable in its own right, but containing no obvious hints of the mysterious guidance they had experienced during the storm. Yet Elena knew she would remember the lantern's steady light and protective presence for the rest of her life, not merely as curious incident, but as demonstration that help and direction might come from sources beyond conventional understanding, available to those who remained alert to possibilities that transcended ordinary perception. Arriving home several hours later, Elena found her cattle safe and her property undamaged, despite the storm's intensity. As she settled Esperanza in the corral and began routine tasks of ranch maintenance, she carried with her renewed confidence that even when future challenges arose, guidance would be available to those who maintained openness to mystery, while coupling such receptivity with practical wisdom and appropriate caution. That evening, as she updated her father's journal with account of her experience, Elena concluded her entry with words that captured the transformation she felt. Sometimes the path forward illuminates itself through means we cannot fully explain, requiring trust in forms of guidance that logic alone cannot validate. Yet when we follow such light with respect and courage, we often discover that we were never truly lost, merely learning to see possibilities that had been present all along, waiting for eyes willing to perceive them. The mysterious lantern of Serpent's Back Arroyo had provided more than shelter from a storm. It had offered lesson in recognizing and following the various forms of guidance that surround us, often invisible until circumstances create readiness to receive their illumination. Eleanor closed the journal with quiet gratitude for an experience that had deepened her understanding of both the high desert she called home and the mysterious forces that sometimes emerge to assist those who journey through it with open hearts and trusting spirits. Outside her window, stars appeared with exceptional brilliance in air cleared by the storm, each point of light a reminder that illumination comes in many forms to those who learn to perceive it. The desert night held its secrets close, yet Elena now knew that some of those secrets were meant to be discovered by travelers willing to follow mysterious lights toward shelter, safety, and expanded understanding of the remarkable world that surrounded them. In the days that followed her encounter with the mysterious lantern, Elena found herself observing her surroundings with heightened awareness that seemed to reveal details previously overlooked despite years of familiarity with the high desert landscape. Colors appeared more vivid during sunrise and sunset. Shadows carried subtle variations she had never noticed, and the songs of birds contained nuances that suggested communications she was only beginning to understand. Her cattle seemed to sense this change in her attention, responding with increased cooperation during daily routines that had sometimes required significant effort to accomplish. When she moved among them, checking their condition and guiding them toward better grazing areas, they followed her directions with willingness that suggested recognition of her enhanced connection to the rhythms and requirements of their shared environment. The ranch itself appeared to reflect this improved harmony between human intention and natural processes. Tasks that had previously demanded exhausting physical labor seemed to flow more easily, as if her increased attuneness to subtle environmental cues helped her work with, rather than against, the desert's inherent patterns. Fence repairs that might have taken an entire day were completed by mid-afternoon, leaving time for exploration and observation that deepened her understanding of the land she was responsible for managing. Most significantly, Elena discovered that her father's journal contained layers of meaning she had missed during previous readings. His observations about weather patterns, animal behavior, and seasonal changes revealed connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the high desert's complex ecological relationships. References she had initially considered merely practical guidance now appeared as invitations to develop the same intuitive awareness that had made her father successful rancher, despite challenging conditions that defeated many others. "The desert rewards those who learn to listen," read one entry that now carried particular resonance. Not merely to obvious sounds like wind and thunder, but to subtle communications that emerge through careful attention to relationships between earth, sky, plants, animals, and weather. These relationships form patterns that repeat across different scales, from daily cycles to seasonal changes to longer rhythms that span multiple years. Understanding these patterns provides foundation for decisions that work with natural forces rather than opposing them. Eleanor began implementing this philosophy through systematic observation of her property during different times of day and varying weather conditions. She discovered that certain areas showed optimal conditions for cattle grazing at specific times, while other locations served better as shelter during storms or extreme temperatures. Water sources revealed seasonal variations in flow and quality that could be predicted through attention to rainfall patterns, snow accumulation in distant mountains, and subtle changes in vegetation that indicated underground moisture levels. 3 weeks after her encounter with the lantern, Elena received an unexpected visit from Doña Carmen, who arrived at the ranch during late afternoon while Elena was working in her small garden plot behind the main house. The elderly woman approached on foot, having left her horse tethered near the front gate, and carried herself with dignity that commanded immediate respect despite her obviously advanced age. "Buenos tardes, Elena," Doña Carmen greeted her, accepting offered chair on the small porch where they could sit comfortably while enjoying view of the surrounding landscape. "I hope you don't mind my unannounced visit, but I felt compelled to speak with you about something that has been occupying my thoughts." Elena poured fresh water from the well into 2 cups, settling into adjacent chair, while curious about what might have prompted this visit from someone she knew primarily through occasional encounters at Esperanza Springs General Store. Doña Carmen's reputation for wisdom and insight made her opinions valued throughout the community. though she rarely offered unsolicited advice unless circumstances suggested genuine need for her perspective. "Several people have mentioned seeing you recently," the older woman continued, accepting the water gratefully. "Elena commented that you seem different somehow, more confident, more settled in your connection to this place. Since your father's death, many of us worried about whether you would find your footing here or eventually decide to leave for easier circumstances elsewhere." Elena considered this observation thoughtfully, recognizing its accuracy while wondering what had made the change sufficiently obvious for others to notice and comment upon. "I've been spending more time really observing the land," she admitted, "learning to see patterns I think Papa understood but never explained directly." Doña Carmen nodded with expression that suggested this response confirmed something she had suspected. "Your father was one of those rare people who develop genuine partnership with the desert rather than merely trying to impose his will upon it. This required patience, humility, and willingness to accept guidance from sources that more practical-minded individuals often dismiss as imagination or coincidence." The conversation's direction reminded Elena immediately of her experience with the mysterious lantern, though she hesitated to mention such personal encounter without clearer indication that Doña Carmen would receive the account with appropriate understanding rather than skeptical dismissal. "I've been wondering," Elena said carefully, "about some of the stories you tell regarding unusual phenomena in this region. How much do you believe represents literal truth versus symbolic teaching?" The older woman smiled with expression that suggested she had been expecting exactly this type of question. "Truth comes in many forms, Mija. Sometimes the most important truths can only be communicated through stories that conventional logic would reject as impossible, yet which carry meaning that transforms those who receive them with open hearts." She paused, studying Eleanor's face with eyes that seemed to see beyond surface appearances into deeper considerations that might be influencing her curiosity. "But perhaps you have reason for asking that goes beyond academic interest in folklore." Eleanor found herself describing her encounter with the lantern in the arroyo, beginning with her initial concern about the approaching storm and concluding with her discovery of the maintained shelter and the inscription that suggested continuing care for travelers who might need assistance. Throughout her telling, Doña Carmen listened with complete attention, occasionally nodding but never interrupting or expressing skepticism about details that might seem incredible to more conventional listeners. When Eleanor finished her account, Doña Carmen remained silent for several minutes, gazing toward the western horizon where Serpent's Back Arroyo carved its invisible path through landscape that appeared ordinary but clearly contained dimensions beyond immediate perception. Finally, she spoke, with voice that carried weight of years spent observing mysteries that defied simple explanation. "You were chosen," she said simply. "Not everyone who encounters storms in that area sees the lantern, even those who might desperately need its guidance. Its appearance requires readiness to perceive and follow direction that comes through means conventional wisdom would reject." This confirmation of the experience's significance provided Elena with validation she hadn't realized she needed, along with deeper questions about the implications of having been selected for such guidance. But why me? And what does it mean for my future here? Doña Carmen rose from her chair, moving to the porch railing where she could observe the landscape while considering her response. "Your father once told me that the greatest challenge facing this territory was maintaining connection between human activity and natural wisdom, as development brought changes that could easily destroy relationships that had taken generations to establish. He believed certain individuals would emerge who could serve as bridges between old understanding and new circumstances." She turned to face Elena directly, expression serious yet encouraging. "Perhaps the lantern appeared because you are becoming one of those bridge people. someone who can help preserve essential knowledge while adapting it to changing conditions. Such individuals require both practical skills and openness to guidance that comes through unconventional channels. The conversation continued as evening approached, with Doña Carmen sharing additional stories about individuals throughout the region's history who had experienced encounters with phenomena that provided crucial guidance during significant transitions. These accounts suggested a pattern of mysterious assistance available to those who faced important responsibilities with insufficient conventional resources, yet demonstrated willingness to trust forms of help that couldn't be fully explained or controlled. As darkness claimed the landscape and Doña Carmen prepared to return to town, she offered final observation that would influence Eleanor's thinking for months to come. The lantern appeared when you needed guidance for both immediate danger and longer-term direction. Now that you've accepted such guidance once, you may find other forms of assistance becoming available as your responsibilities continue to grow. The key is maintaining balance between practical preparation and openness to help that arrives through unexpected means. Over the following months, Elena discovered the accuracy of this prediction through series of seemingly coincidental events that consistently provided solutions to challenges that might otherwise have proven overwhelming. When drought threatened her cattle's water supply, exploration of her property revealed previously unknown spring that had been concealed by seasonal vegetation. When equipment breakdowns threatened to derail essential ranch maintenance, traveling merchants arrived with needed parts they claimed to have acquired by fortunate accident, rather than specific planning. Most significantly, Elena began receiving visits from neighboring ranchers who sought her advice regarding land management decisions that required balancing immediate practical needs with longer-term environmental sustainability. Her reputation for possessing unusual insight into desert ecology spread gradually throughout the region, leading to consultations that supplemented her ranch income, while establishing her as respected voice in community discussions about development and conservation. During these interactions, Elena often found herself sharing perspectives that seemed to emerge from understanding deeper than her conscious knowledge should have encompassed. Solutions to complex problems would present themselves during conversations, as if her encounter with the mysterious lantern had opened channels for receiving guidance that continued operating beyond the specific circumstances of that stormy night. One particularly memorable consultation involved rancher whose cattle had begun exhibiting unusual behavior that conventional explanations couldn't address satisfactorily. Elena suggested exploring areas of his property that seemed to attract or repel the animals, eventually discovering abandoned well that had been contaminating local water sources through seepage that affected animal instincts while remaining undetectable through ordinary testing methods. "How did you know to look there?" the grateful rancher asked after successful resolution of the problem had restored his cattle to normal behavior pattern. Eleanor considered various responses before settling on honest acknowledgement of her limitations. Sometimes solutions present themselves through attention to details that seem unimportant until they reveal patterns suggesting where investigation might prove productive. I've learned to trust such impressions, even when I can't explain their origin. This approach, combining practical observation with receptivity to intuitive guidance, became characteristic of Elena's developing reputation as someone who could solve problems that defeated more conventional approaches. Her father's journal provided ongoing source of wisdom that helped her understand the philosophical foundations underlying such methodology, while her own expanding experience demonstrated its effectiveness across increasingly diverse challenges. As her second year managing the ranch independently progressed towards successful completion, Elena reflected on the transformation that had begun with following mysterious light through storm-deafened arroyo. What had initially seemed like isolated incident now appeared as catalyst for comprehensive development of abilities and perspectives that were reshaping not only her own life, but her relationships with neighbors and her role within the broader community. The desert that had once seemed merely beautiful but potentially hostile now revealed itself as source of ongoing guidance for those who learned to perceive its subtle communications. Every sunset brought new appreciation for the interplay between light and landscape that created beauty while teaching lessons about patience, timing, and recognition of opportunities that appeared briefly before disappearing into different configurations. Eleanor's cattle thrived under management that balanced practical attention to their physical needs with awareness of environmental factors that influenced their behavior in ways that conventional ranching wisdom often overlooked. Her small garden produced abundance that exceeded what soil conditions should have supported, suggesting that plants responded positively to care that incorporated understanding of relationships between weather patterns, moon phases, and seasonal cycles that extended beyond obvious surface considerations. Most importantly, Elena had developed confidence that challenges which might arise in future would be met with adequate resources, whether through her own growing capabilities or through assistance that might arrive through channels she was learning to recognize and trust. The mysterious lantern had provided more than shelter from one storm. It had illuminated pathways towards sustainable relationship with landscape and community that honored both practical necessities and deeper sources of wisdom, that connected human activity to larger patterns of natural harmony. Standing on her porch as another desert evening painted familiar landscape with colors that never ceased to inspire wonder, Elena opened her father's journal to record thoughts about her continuing education in desert wisdom. The lantern in the arroyo taught me that guidance comes to those who need it most, when they demonstrate readiness to follow light into unknown territory with trust rather than fear, she wrote. Each day since has provided additional confirmation that such trust opens possibilities for relationship with this land and this life that conventional approaches alone could never achieve. The stars emerged with their nightly brilliance, each point of light a reminder that illumination comes in countless forms to those who learn to perceive it. Eleanor closed the journal with gratitude for mysteries that continued revealing themselves through patient attention and willing heart, knowing that tomorrow would bring new opportunities to practice lessons learned from following unexpected guidance through stormy nights towards shelter, safety, and ever-expanding understanding of the remarkable world that surrounded her chosen home. As Eleanor's reputation for understanding the desert's subtle wisdom spread throughout the territory, travelers began seeking her counsel before embarking on journeys through the more remote regions. Her encounters with mysterious guidance had marked her as someone who could perceive dimensions of the landscape that escaped ordinary observation, making her advice valuable to those venturing into areas where conventional navigation might prove insufficient. One autumn evening, as golden light painted the high desert in shades of amber and crimson, a weathered prospector named Thomas McKenna arrived at Elena's ranch, seeking directions to a location he described only as the place where stories grow on trees. His manner suggested a man accustomed to solitude and mystery, yet respectful of wisdom that came through unconventional channels. "Heard tell you might know something about the old places," McKenna said, accepting offered coffee while studying Eleanor with eyes that had seen much of the frontier's hidden aspects. Places where the land itself holds memories, and those memories sometimes share themselves with folks who know how to listen. Elena recognized in his words the same respectful approach to mystery that had guided her own encounters with phenomena beyond ordinary explanation. She had heard whispered references to such a place, stories passed down through generations of desert dwellers, about an ancient tree that somehow preserved and shared the tales of all who had rested in its shade. "Whispering Rock," she said quietly, watching McKenna's face for confirmation. "Though I've never seen it myself, only heard stories from those who claim their grandfathers once knew the way." McKenna nodded slowly, his expression mixing relief at finding someone who acknowledged the location's existence with concern about the challenges involved in reaching it. The stories say the tree chooses who finds it and when, but they also say that sometimes, when the need is great enough, it can be found by those who follow the right guidance. As twilight deepened around them, Elena found herself sharing what she knew of the mysterious tree's legend, while sensing that her own journey toward understanding the desert's deeper mysteries was preparing to enter a new chapter. The lantern in the arroyo had taught her to trust guidance that came through unexpected means. Perhaps now she was being called toward an encounter with wisdom that grew from even more ancient roots. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the high country as Samuel Reeves guided his weathered bay gelding along the narrow trail that wound its way toward Whispering Rock. At 43, Samuel carried the lean, hardened look of a man who had spent the better part of 2 decades drifting from town to town, ranch to ranch, never staying long enough for roots to take hold. His saddlebags contained everything he owned: spare clothes, basic provisions, a few dog-eared books, and memories he preferred to keep buried beneath layers of dust and distance. The trail climbed steadily through stands of pine and aspen, their leaves already touched with the gold and crimson of early autumn. Samuel had heard about Whispering Rock from a bartender in Valentine, who mentioned it as a good place to camp for the night if a man was traveling north toward the Grizzlies. "Look for the old juniper," the man had said, wiping down glasses with practiced efficiency. "Biggest tree you'll see up there, growing right out of the rock face. Travelers been using that spot for generations." What the bartender hadn't mentioned, what Samuel would only discover upon arriving, was the tree's reputation among locals as something far more significant than a mere landmark. The Story Tree, they called it, though he wouldn't learn that name until later, when twilight had settled and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky above the high country. As his horse picked its way carefully up the rocky incline, Samuel found his thoughts drifting, as they often did during long rides, to the question that had haunted him for years. What did a man do when he'd spent so long running from his past that he'd forgotten what he was running toward? The question held particular weight today as he was riding away from yet another job that had ended badly, not through any fault of his own, but through the simple inability to form the kinds of connections that made staying worthwhile. The trail crested a small ridge, and suddenly, Whispering Rock revealed itself in all its weathered majesty. The formation rose nearly 100 feet from the surrounding landscape, its red sandstone face carved by countless years of wind and weather into smooth flowing curves that caught and held the afternoon light. But it was the tree that immediately commanded attention. An ancient juniper growing impossibly from a crack in the rock face, its massive trunk twisted and gnarled by decades of mountain weather, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms over a natural terrace that provided perfect shelter for travelers. Samuel reined in his horse, studying the scene with the practiced eye of a man accustomed to evaluating campsites. The terrace offered level ground, protection from wind, and a commanding view of the surrounding country. A small spring emerged from the rock face nearby, providing fresh water, while scattered fire rings indicated this spot had indeed been used by travelers for many years. Most importantly, the location felt peaceful, a quality that had become increasingly important to Samuel. as restless years accumulated behind him. Dismounting with the fluid grace of a lifelong horseman, Samuel began the familiar routine of making camp. He unsaddled his horse and hobbled the animal where good grass grew in patches between the rocks, then gathered deadfall from nearby trees for an evening fire. As he worked, he found himself glancing frequently at the great juniper, struck by its ancient presence and the way late sunlight filtered through its dense foliage to create shifting patterns of light and shadow on the stone terrace below. Only when he had a small fire crackling and coffee beginning to bubble in his battered pot did Samuel finally allow himself to truly relax. Settling back against his saddle, he gazed out over the vast landscape that stretched away from Whispering Rock in all directions. Rolling hills clothed in forest, distant peaks touched with snow, and somewhere far below, the silver thread of a river winding through green meadows toward destinations unknown. The peace of the place settled around him like a comfortable blanket, and for the first time in weeks, Samuel felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. This was what he had been seeking without realizing it. Not just a place to spend the night, but a refuge from the constant motion that had defined his life for so long. Here, beneath the spreading branches of the ancient juniper, time seemed to slow, allowing space for thoughts and feelings he typically kept buried beneath the demands of survival and forward movement. As evening deepened and the first stars appeared overhead, Samuel became aware of a subtle sound that hadn't been present during the bustle of making camp. At first, he dismissed it as wind moving through the juniper's branches, but as he listened more carefully, the sound took on a different quality, almost like whispered voices carrying on the night breeze. Too soft to make out individual words, but unmistakably human in their cadence and rhythm. Samuel sat up straighter, studying the darkness beyond his fire's circle of light. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the very air around Whispering Rock held traces of countless conversations that had taken place beneath the juniper's sheltering branches. Though he had always considered himself a practical man with little patience for superstition, something about the whispered voices felt natural rather than supernatural, as if the tree and stone had somehow absorbed the echoes of human presence and now released them back into the night like a gentle exhalation. "Evening, stranger." The voice, clear and definitely real, caused Samuel to reach instinctively for the rifle beside his bedroll before his eyes located its source. An elderly man emerged from the shadows at the edge of the firelight, leading a sturdy mule packed with what appeared to be camping gear and traveling supplies. Despite his age, Samuel guessed him to be past 70, the man moved with the steady confidence of someone completely comfortable in wild places. "Didn't mean to startle you," the elderly man continued, raising one hand in peaceful greeting. "Name's Thomas Whitehorse. I camp here every autumn, same time each year. Hope you don't mind sharing the hospitality of the old tree." Samuel relaxed, lowering his hand from the rifle. "Samuel Reeves. And I don't mind at all. Seems like there's room enough for both of us under these branches." Thomas nodded approval as he began unpacking his mule with movements that spoke of long practice. "You chose well for your first night here," he observed, glancing meaningfully at Samuel's simple but well-organized camp. "Most folks who find this place by accident don't understand what makes it special until they've spent some time listening." "Listening?" Samuel asked, curious about the odd phrasing. Thomas smiled, an expression that transformed his weathered features. "To the stories, of course. That's what the tree remembers. Every tale that's been told beneath its branches over the years. Some say if you listen carefully on quiet nights, you can hear them whispered back on the wind." Samuel considered this, thinking of the soft voices he'd noticed earlier. "And you believe that?" "I've been coming here for 15 years," Thomas replied, kindling his own small fire a respectful distance from Samuel's. "Every autumn, I add new stories to what the tree remembers, and every year I hear things in the wind that remind me of tales I'd nearly forgotten. Some I told myself, others I heard from travelers who shared this spot in seasons past. As if summoned by their conversation about stories, the sound of approaching voices drifted up from the trail below." Thomas tilted his head, listening with obvious pleasure. Ah, young Clara and her grandfather, right on schedule. Within minutes, two figures emerged into the firelight, an elderly Apache man leading a Payne pony, and a girl of perhaps 10 walking beside him, her eyes bright with curiosity as she took in the camp beneath the great juniper. The man raised his hand in greeting, speaking first to Thomas in what Samuel recognized as Apache before switching to English. "Thomas, old friend, good to see you made it up here safely again this year." "Wouldn't miss it, Joseph," Thomas replied warmly. "And how is young Clara, still collecting stories faster than you can tell them?" The girl, Clara, grinned at this characterization. "Grandfather says every place has stories hiding in it, waiting for the right person to listen. This tree must have more stories than anywhere else in the territory." Joseph nodded gravely. "The juniper has stood here longer than any of us can remember. My grandfather's grandfather spoke of camping beneath its branches as a young man. All those years, all those travelers sharing their tales. Yes, I think it remembers." Samuel found himself drawn into conversation with these unexpected companions as they settled around the communal warmth of the fires. Joseph, he learned, was taking Clara on what he called a story-walking journey, visiting places throughout the region where significant events had occurred or where oral traditions located important tales. "The old ways of remembering are fading," Joseph explained, as Clara helped him prepare their simple evening meal. "Television, radio, books, all wonderful things, but they change how stories live in people's minds. I want Clara to understand how stories used to be kept alive, passed from person to person like precious gifts." "And the tree helps with that?" Samuel asked, genuinely intrigued by this perspective. "The tree listens," Clara answered before her grandfather could respond. "Grandfather says when you tell a story to someone who really listens, part of that story stays with them forever. The tree has been listening to travelers' stories for so long that it must be full of them by now." Thomas chuckled appreciatively. "Clara understands it better than most adults. The tree doesn't just remember the words, it remembers the feelings behind them, the reasons people needed to tell their stories in the first place." As full darkness settled over Whispering Rock, and the stars emerged in brilliant profusion overhead, the four travelers found themselves drawn together in the intimate circle created by firelight and the juniper's sheltering presence. Without any formal arrangement, storytelling began. First Thomas sharing a humorous tale about a confused bear he'd encountered on his journey north, then Joseph offering a traditional story about how Coyote had stolen fire for the people. Clara contributed a story her school teacher had told about the building of the railroad, while even Samuel found himself recounting an incident from his early days working cattle drives in Texas. Each story seemed to add something to the atmosphere beneath the tree, as if the ancient juniper was indeed listening and somehow incorporating these new tales into its vast collection of human experience. As the evening progressed, Samuel became increasingly aware of the whispered sounds he'd noticed earlier. During pauses in conversation, when the fire crackled quietly and the wind moved gently through the juniper's branches, he could swear he heard fragments of other voices, other stories that had been shared beneath this same tree in seasons past. The phenomenon didn't frighten him. Rather, it created a sense of connection to something larger than his own solitary existence. "Do you hear them too?" Clara asked quietly, having noticed Samuel's attentive listening during one of these whispered interludes. Samuel nodded, no longer feeling foolish about acknowledging the mysterious voices. "Like conversations from long ago, still floating in the air. Grandfather says the land remembers everything that happens on it," the girl continued, her young voice carrying surprising wisdom. "Happy things, sad things, important things that people needed to share with someone who would listen. The tree has been listening longer than any person, so it remembers the most." Joseph smiled at his granddaughter's explanation. "She has the gift of understanding such things. Many people walk through the world without really listening, to the land, to each other, to the stories that need telling. But Clara hears what others miss." Thomas poked at his fire, sending sparks spiraling up toward the star-filled sky. "That's why I come here every year," he said thoughtfully. "Not just to add new stories, but to remember old ones. Sometimes a man gets so caught up in moving forward that he forgets the value of looking back, understanding how the stories of his past connect to create the person he's become." These words struck Samuel with unexpected force, resonating with questions he'd been avoiding for years. How long had it been since he'd really examined the stories of his own life? Not just the events themselves, but their meaning, their connection to who he was and who he might yet become. His instinctive response was the familiar urge to deflect, to keep conversation focused on others rather than turning inward, toward territories he preferred to avoid. But something about the setting, the ancient tree, the gentle company, the whispered voices of countless previous travelers, made deflection feel not just inappropriate, but impossible. For the first time in years, Samuel found himself genuinely considering the stories he had never told, the experiences he had never shared, the connections he had avoided making out of fear that staying still long enough to form them would somehow trap him in situations he couldn't control. "What about you, Samuel?" Thomas asked gently, as if sensing the direction of his thoughts. "What stories brought you to the tree tonight?" The question hung in the air between them, neither demanding nor dismissive, simply offering space for whatever response felt appropriate. Samuel stared into the fire, watching flames dance among the carefully arranged logs, and found himself thinking not about the dramatic events that might make for entertaining storytelling, but about quieter moments that had shaped him more profoundly than any adventure. "I suppose I've spent so many years collecting other people's stories that I've forgotten how to tell my own," he said finally, surprised by his own honesty. Clara looked at him with the directness that only children possess. "What kind of stories did you collect?" Samuel considered the question, realizing that in many ways this simple inquiry cut to the heart of how he'd lived his adult life. Stories about places, mostly. People would tell me about their towns, their families, their work, and I'd listen, remember what I could, then move on. Always moving on. "But never sharing your own stories with them?" Joseph asked, his tone carrying no judgment, only curiosity. "Sharing stories means staying in one place long enough for people to know you," Samuel replied, understanding something about himself as he spoke the words. "And staying means commitments, expectations, people counting on you to be there tomorrow and the day after that." Thomas nodded, understanding. "And you weren't ready for that kind of staying?" "Weren't ready or were afraid of it?" Clara asked, with the devastating honesty that children can deploy without realizing its impact. Samuel met her eyes across the fire, seeing no challenge there, only genuine curiosity about a question that had apparently occurred to her as naturally as wondering about the weather. "Both, I think," he admitted. Afraid that if people really knew my stories, they'd expect me to stay and keep adding new chapters with them. Afraid that if I stopped moving, I'd have to face the reasons I started running in the first place. The admission hung in the air like smoke from the fire, visible and real but somehow weightless. Around them, the whispered voices in the wind seemed to grow slightly more distinct, as if Samuel's honesty had somehow tuned him more precisely to the frequency on which the tree's memories operated. The tree doesn't expect anything from the stories it hears, Thomas observed quietly. It just listens, remembers, and lets them become part of something larger. Maybe that's what real listening is. Receiving stories without trying to change them or use them for your own purposes. Grandfather says stories want to be shared, Clara added, settling more comfortably against her pack. They get lonely living inside just one person. That's why people tell them, not because they have to, but because the stories need to find more places to live. Samuel found himself considering this perspective, the idea that his carefully guarded experiences might actually want to be shared, that the isolation he'd maintained might be as much a burden to his untold stories as it was to himself. Around him, the night seemed to pulse with gentle encouragement, the whispered voices carrying what felt like approval rather than judgment. "I had a brother once," Samuel said suddenly, the words emerging before he'd consciously decided to speak them. "Younger than me by 3 years. His name was David, and he could make anyone laugh, even during the worst times." Thomas settled back against his saddle, recognizing the beginning of a story that had been long held inside. Joseph and Clara also grew still, sensing the significance of what Samuel was choosing to share. "We worked together on our father's ranch in Colorado," Samuel continued, his voice growing steadier as he found the rhythm of the telling. "David was the one who really understood cattle, who could read the weather, who knew exactly what needed doing without anyone having to explain it to him. I was older, so I thought I was the one who should inherit the place, but anyone with sense could see that David was the real rancher in the family." The fire crackled quietly as Samuel paused, gathering courage for the more difficult parts of the story. Above them, the juniper's branches stirred in a barely perceptible breeze, and the whispered voices seemed to grow more supportive, as if countless previous storytellers were offering encouragement from wherever such voices originate. Paul Winter. This would have been 18 years ago now. We lost most of our herd to a combination of disease and weather. Father had borrowed money against the ranch to buy new stock, and suddenly we were facing bankruptcy. David had ideas about how to rebuild, plans that made sense, but they would have taken time to implement. Samuel found himself looking directly at Clara as he continued, drawn by her obvious attention and complete lack of judgment about whatever was coming next in his tale. "I convinced Father to sell the ranch instead, argued that it was the practical choice, the safe choice, that we could start over somewhere else without the burden of debt. I made it sound like wisdom, but really I was scared. Scared of the responsibility, scared of failing, scared of being trapped in one place for the rest of my life." "What happened to David?" Clara asked gently when Samuel fell silent. "David used his share to selling, but I was the older brother and I was persistent. The ranch sold, Father paid off his debts, and we all went our separate ways with what money was left. David used his share to buy into a smaller operation down in New Mexico, and I started drifting. Told myself I was seeing the country, learning different ways of doing things, but really I was just running from what I'd done." Thomas stirred the fire with a long stick, sending fresh sparks up toward the stars. "Did you ever see him again?" Samuel shook his head. "I wrote letters for the first few years, but David's responses got shorter and less frequent. Eventually, they stopped coming altogether." I heard through mutual friends that his ranch failed during the drought of '86, and that he'd moved further south, but I never tried to find him. Told myself he was better off without reminders of what we'd lost. "And you've been running ever since?" Joseph observed, his tone carrying understanding rather than criticism. 18 years of moving from job to job, place to place, never staying long enough to make the kinds of connections that require real commitment, never letting anyone get close enough to expect me to choose their well-being over my own convenience. The confession settled around the fire like a physical presence, acknowledged by the gentle sounds of wind in the juniper's branches and the soft voices that seemed to carry Samuel's story up into the night sky, where it could join the vast collection of human experiences that the tree had witnessed over its long lifetime. "That's a hard story to carry alone," Thomas said quietly. "No wonder you've been moving so much, trying to stay ahead of it." Clara looked at Samuel with eyes that seemed far older than her years. "But you just shared it with us, and with the tree, so it's not alone anymore." Ah, the simple observation struck Samuel with unexpected force. For 18 years he had carried the guilt and regret of his decision as a private burden, convinced that sharing it would only diminish him in others' eyes. But here, beneath the ancient juniper, with 3 people who had welcomed him as a fellow traveler rather than judging him as a stranger, the story had transformed from a source of shame into something that connected him to the broader human experience of making difficult choices and living with their consequences. "The tree has heard many such stories," Joseph said thoughtfully. "People carrying burdens they thought were too heavy to share, discovering that speaking them aloud somehow makes them lighter. Grandfather says that's how healing happens," Clara added, "not by forgetting the sad parts, but by letting them become part of a bigger story that includes other people who understand." Samuel found himself studying the massive juniper that sheltered them, its ancient trunk twisted by decades of weather into patterns that spoke of endurance rather than defeat. How many other travelers had sat beneath these branches and shared stories they had never told anyone else? How many had discovered, as he was discovering now, that the act of honest telling somehow transformed even painful experiences into sources of connection rather than isolation? "I keep thinking about David," Samuel admitted, "wondering what kind of man he became, whether he found happiness despite losing the ranch, whether he ever thinks about what might have been different if I'd been willing to stay and fight for the place instead of running away. Those are questions you might still be able to answer," Thomas suggested gently, "if you wanted to." The possibility hung in the air between them, both tantalizing and terrifying. After 18 years of avoiding contact, what would he even say to David? How could he explain a lifetime of running without admitting that he'd been too much of a coward to face the consequences of his own choices? "What if he doesn't want to see me?" Samuel asked, voicing the fear that had kept him moving for nearly 2 decades. "What if he's built a good life and doesn't want reminders of what we lost? What if he has his own stories he's been carrying alone?" Clara countered with the devastating logic that children sometimes possess. "What if he's been wondering about you too, but didn't know how to reach out?" The questions settled around Samuel like seeds planted in fertile ground, taking root in places within him that had been carefully guarded for years. Around their small gathering, the night seemed to pulse with gentle encouragement, the whispered voices in the wind carrying what felt like approval for the possibility of reconnection and healing. The tree doesn't just remember the stories people tell beneath its branches, Joseph observed quietly. It also witnesses the choices they make after the telling, whether they choose to carry their stories forward into new chapters or whether they continue carrying them as burdens that prevent new growth. Samuel understood that he was being offered something precious here, not just the opportunity to share his long-held story, but the possibility of transforming that story from an ending into a beginning. The realization was both liberating and overwhelming, opening up futures he had trained himself not to imagine. "I wouldn't even know where to start looking for him," Samuel said, though even as he spoke the words he was remembering details from David's last letters. The names of towns, mutual acquaintances, people who might still know his whereabouts. "Every long journey starts with deciding to take the first step," Thomas replied. "The rest reveals itself as you go." Around them the fire had burned down to glowing coals that cast dancing shadows on the rock face behind the great juniper. The whispered voices had grown quieter but somehow more distinct, as if Samuel's willingness to share his own story had tuned him more precisely to the frequency on which the tree's vast collection of memories operated. Clara yawned, the lateness of the hour finally catching up with her youthful energy. "Will you look for your brother?" she asked Samuel, as Joseph began arranging her bedroll. Samuel considered the question, not just the words themselves, but the deeper inquiry they represented about what kind of man he chose to be going forward. "I think I might," he said finally, surprised by how natural the possibility felt once he'd spoken it aloud. "The tree will remember this story too now," Clara said sleepily as she settled into her blankets. "So even if you decide to keep traveling, part of tonight will always be here, waiting for other people who need to hear it." As the child drifted off to sleep with the easy exhaustion of youth, the three men maintained quiet conversation around the dying fire. Thomas shared stories of other travelers he'd encountered at this same spot over his 15 years of annual visits. People carrying various burdens who had found healing through the simple act of honest telling. Beneath the juniper's patient branches, "There was a woman a few years back," he recounted quietly, "who had lost her husband and child in a fever epidemic. She'd been wandering from town to town, unable to settle anywhere because every place reminded her of what she'd lost. Spent the night here and told the tree about her family, really told it, with all the love and grief she'd been holding inside." "What happened to her?" Samuel asked. "She stopped running," Thomas replied simply. "Went back to her hometown and opened a school for children whose parents had died in the same epidemic. Last I heard, she'd become one of those people the whole community depends on. Not because she forgot her loss, but because she found a way to let it connect her to others who needed what she could offer." Joseph nodded understanding. "Grief can isolate or connect, depending on whether we hold it close or let it flow through us toward others who understand. Same with regret, shame, fear, any of the heavy emotions we carry." Samuel absorbed this wisdom, feeling pieces of understanding click into place within him. For 18 years he had used his regret about David as a reason to avoid deep connections with anyone else. But what if that same regret could become a source of empathy for others carrying similar burdens? What if his experience of loss could help him recognize and support people facing difficult choices about loyalty, commitment, and courage? "The tree teaches patience," Thomas observed, gazing up at the ancient juniper's massive form, silhouetted against the star-filled sky. "It's been growing here for longer than any of us can imagine, weathering storms, surviving droughts, adapting to changes in the landscape around it. But it never stopped reaching toward the light, never stopped growing new branches. Never stopped listening to new stories," Samuel added, beginning to understand the deeper symbolism of this place and why it called to people carrying heavy burdens. As the night deepened and the coals of their fire settled into glowing ash, the three men gradually prepared for sleep. But Samuel found himself reluctant to surrender consciousness, afraid that the sense of possibility and connection he'd discovered beneath the juniper might fade with daylight like an unusually vivid dream. "The tree will still be here in the morning," Joseph assured him, correctly interpreting his reluctance to end the evening. "And so will the story you shared tonight. Both will be part of you whether you stay or go." Samuel nodded, understanding that the old Apache man was offering him permission to trust that the healing he'd experienced wouldn't disappear with sleep. Settling into his bedroll, he found himself listening once more to the whispered voices that moved through the juniper's branches, no longer mysterious or unsettling, but comforting in their reminder that countless other travelers had found refuge and renewal beneath these same protective limbs. As sleep finally claimed him, Samuel's last conscious thought was a clear image of David as he'd last seen him. Not the disappointed young man watching their family ranch being sold, but the earlier David who had approached every challenge with humor and determination. For the first time in 18 years, Samuel fell asleep thinking not about what he'd lost, but about what might still be possible. Morning arrived with the gentle brilliance characteristic of high country autumn. Golden sunlight filtering through the juniper's dense foliage to create shifting patterns of light and shadow on the stone terrace where the four travelers had shared their evening of storytelling. Samuel woke with unusual clarity, immediately recalling not just the events of the previous night, but the sense of possibility that had emerged from his willingness to share long-held stories with understanding listeners. Around him, his companions were already stirring, moving through morning routines with practiced efficiency. Clara emerged from her blankets bright-eyed and chattering softly with her grandfather about the day's planned travel, while Thomas kindled a small fire for morning coffee with movements that spoke of decades spent in wild places. "Sleep well?" Thomas asked as Samuel sat up, automatically reaching for his boots. "Better than I have in years," Samuel replied, surprised by the truth of this statement. "Something about this place. The tree keeps good watch," Joseph observed, beginning to pack his gear with careful attention to proper balance and weight distribution. Many travelers comment on sleeping peacefully here, even those who usually struggle with rest. As Samuel prepared his own simple breakfast and tended to his horse, he found his thoughts returning repeatedly to the previous night's conversation about David. In daylight, the possibility of reconnecting with his brother felt both more real and more daunting than it had seemed around the fire. What would he actually say after 18 years of absence? How could he explain a lifetime of running without sounding like he was making excuses for choices that had hurt them both? "Big decisions don't have to be made all at once," Thomas observed, apparently reading something in Samuel's expression. "Sometimes the best approach is taking small steps in the right direction and seeing what opens up." Clara looked up from helping her grandfather secure their packs. "Like following a trail you can't see very far ahead on. You just keep walking toward where you think it goes." Samuel smiled at the child's matter-of-fact wisdom. "And what if the trail leads somewhere I'm not ready to go?" "Then you'll be stronger from the walking," she replied with the confidence of someone who had never doubted her ability to handle whatever lay ahead. As they prepared to leave Whispering Rock, Samuel found himself reluctant to depart from a place that had offered such unexpected healing. The great juniper seemed to pulse with quiet energy in the morning light, its ancient presence both welcoming and eternal, a reminder that some things endured while others passed through like travelers on a long journey. "Will you come back?" Clara asked as she helped her grandfather lead their pony down toward the main trail. Samuel considered the question, understanding that it carried implications beyond simple logistics. "I think I might," he said finally. Whether I find David or not, whether I stay in one place or keep traveling, I think I'll want to come back and tell the tree how the story continues. Thomas nodded approval as he prepared to lead his mule in the opposite direction from Joseph and Clara's route. That's how the tree grows its collection. People returning to share new chapters of stories they first told beneath its branches. Some come back many times over the years, adding layers to tales that become richer and more complex with each telling. Like watching someone's whole life unfold, Clara suggested, the idea clearly appealing to her storyteller's imagination. Exactly like that, Thomas confirmed. The tree witnesses not just individual stories, but the ways those stories change and develop as people make new choices based on what they've learned. As the small group prepared for their various departures, Samuel realized that he was experiencing something he hadn't felt in 18 years. Genuine anticipation about his future, rather than mere restless compulsion to keep moving. Whether or not he found David, whether or not he managed to make peace with his past, something fundamental had shifted within him during his night beneath the story tree. "Thank you," he said to the group generally, though his words were directed as much toward the ancient juniper as toward his human companions. "For listening, for sharing your own stories, for helping me remember that some things are worth the risk of staying still long enough to pursue them." Joseph shook his hand with the firm grip of someone who understood the significance of the commitment Samuel was making. "The tree will remember you," he said simply, "and we will too." Clara hugged Samuel impulsively, her young face bright with the satisfaction of someone who had played a role in an important story. "I hope you find your brother," she said earnestly, "and I hope he's been looking for you too." Thomas clapped Samuel on the shoulder with weathered hand that conveyed decades of friendship offered and received in wild places. "Safe travels, whether they lead you toward the past or into new territory entirely. The tree will be here whenever you're ready to share the next chapter." As his three companions departed in their respective directions, Samuel remained beneath the juniper for several additional minutes, absorbing the morning peace and fixing details of the place firmly in his memory. The whispered voices that had seemed so mysterious the night before now felt like gentle encouragement, reminders of all the other people who had found healing and direction beneath these protective branches. Finally, Samuel saddled his horse and prepared for his own departure, though he moved with less haste than had characterized his travels for many years. The compulsive urgency that had driven him from place to place seemed to have quieted, replaced by something more deliberate and purposeful. As he guided his gelding down the trail that led away from Whispering Rock, Samuel turned once in his saddle to look back at the great juniper standing sentinel against the morning sky. For just a moment, he could swear he heard his own voice among the whispered chorus that moved through its branches. Not the fearful, guilt-ridden voice that had dominated his internal dialogue for 18 years, but something clearer and more hopeful, carrying the story he had shared and the possibilities it had opened. The tree would remember, as it remembered all the stories told beneath its ancient branches, and perhaps, Samuel thought as he rode toward whatever came next, that was enough to transform even the most carefully guarded regrets into sources of connection rather than isolation. Perhaps every story, no matter how painful its origins, carried within it the seeds of healing for both the teller and those who heard it with open hearts. Behind him, Whispering Rock stood patient and eternal, the story tree spreading its weathered arms in welcome for whatever travelers might need its shelter and witness in seasons yet to come. And ahead, the trail wound through morning light toward destinations that no longer felt like escapes, but like chapters waiting to be written in a story that finally had room to grow beyond the limitations of fear and solitude. The descent from Whispering Rock took Samuel through country he had traveled before, but never truly seen. Rolling hills clothed in autumn aspens that shimmered like scattered gold coins in the morning breeze. Meadows where late wildflowers painted purple and yellow against the rich grass. Streams that spoke in voices as varied as the travelers who had shared stories beneath the juniper. For the first time in years, Samuel found himself riding slowly, not from fatigue or indecision, but from genuine appreciation for the landscape unfolding around him. His gelding seemed to sense the change in his master's demeanor, stepping with less urgency than had characterized their travels together. The horse, a steady companion for nearly 3 years, had grown accustomed to Samuel's restless energy, the constant pressure to cover ground and reach the next destination. Now, with that pressure mysteriously absent, the animal settled into an easy walking pace that allowed both rider and mount to notice details previously lost in the rush towards somewhere else. A creek crossing where crystal water tumbled over smooth stones, Samuel dismounted to water his horse and found himself sitting on a fallen log, simply watching the play of light on moving water. When had he last allowed himself such luxury? When had he last experienced a moment without the nagging urgency to be somewhere other than where he was? The questions arose without the self-recrimination that had once accompanied such reflections. Instead, they carried gentle curiosity about what other experiences his constant motion might have cost him over the years. A movement in the nearby willows caught his attention. A young doe picking her way delicately to the water's edge, ears alert but unafraid. She drank deeply while keeping watchful eyes on Samuel and his horse, then lifted her head to study them with frank curiosity before bounding gracefully away through the golden aspens. The encounter lasted perhaps 30 seconds, but Samuel found himself smiling at the simple perfection of it. The kind of moment that required presence rather than destination to fully appreciate. By mid-afternoon, Samuel had reached the crossroads, where the trail from Whispering Rock intersected with the main route between Valentine and Strawberry. Here, he faced the first concrete decision point since leaving the Story Tree. Continue north toward familiar territory where he had worked before, or turn south toward the unknown, following an impulse that might lead toward David, or might simply represent another form of wandering. He sat in his saddle at the intersection for several minutes, feeling no pressure to choose quickly, but wanting to understand which direction felt more aligned with the person he was becoming rather than the person he had been. North lay safety, known employers, familiar routines, the comfortable anonymity of seasonal work, followed by movement to the next opportunity. South represented the unknown, including the possibility of disappointment, rejection, or the discovery that some mistakes could not be undone through good intentions alone. What would David do? Samuel asked aloud, surprised by his own voice breaking the afternoon quiet. The question seemed to answer itself as soon as he'd spoken it. David had always been the brother who faced difficulties directly, who solved problems rather than avoiding them, who built relationships instead of maintaining careful distance from potential complications. David would have started looking for his lost brother years ago, would have written letters to mutual acquaintances, would have made inquiries in towns where Samuel might have worked. The realization struck Samuel with unexpected force. He might not be the only one who had regrets about their long separation. What if David had tried to find him? What if his brother had written letters to places Samuel had already left, had made inquiries through people who didn't know where he'd gone next? The possibility that David might have been searching too transformed Samuel's planned reunion from an act of selfish seeking into something more mutual. two brothers trying to find their way back to each other across years of silence and accumulated misunderstanding. With this perspective shift, the choice of direction became clear. Samuel turned his horse south, toward New Mexico, and the challenging process of following an 18-year-old trail through his brother's possible movements and current whereabouts. The journey might prove fruitless, might lead only to closed doors and strangers who had never heard David's name, but the effort itself felt important now, not just as potential healing for himself, but as tribute to a relationship that had meant more to him than he'd been willing to acknowledge during years of guilty avoidance. The southward trail led through country that grew more arid as elevation decreased, pine forests giving way to scrub oak and juniper, then to the sage and scattered cedar that characterized higher desert regions. Samuel made camp that evening beside a small spring surrounded by cottonwoods, whose leaves rustled like whispered conversations in the evening breeze. As he kindled his fire and prepared simple dinner, he found himself thinking not about David as he'd last seen him, but about shared memories from their childhood, adventures they'd undertaken together, problems they'd solved as a team, the easy camaraderie that had made them not just brothers, but genuine friends. How long had it been since he'd allowed himself to remember the good times, instead of focusing solely on how their relationship had ended? The story tree's influence seemed to extend beyond the physical act of sharing difficult truths. It had also somehow given him permission to reclaim positive memories he'd buried beneath years of guilt and regret. That night, settled in his bedroll beneath stars that seemed brighter in the thin desert air, Samuel found himself speaking aloud to the darkness. Not prayer exactly, but something like meditation on the possibilities opening before him. He told the night about David's laugh, about his brother's intuitive understanding of animals, about the way they had worked together during roundups with the wordless coordination of people who trusted each other completely. "I forgot how much I missed that," Samuel said to the stars, his voice carrying clearly in the desert quiet. "Not just David, but being part of something larger than myself. Being trusted, being counted on, being expected to show up tomorrow." And the day after that, the admission felt like continuation of the healing that had begun beneath the story tree. Acknowledgement that his years of running had cost him not just connection with David, but the entire experience of belonging somewhere, of being woven into the fabric of other people's lives and expectations. He had told himself he valued freedom above commitment, but what if what he'd really valued was the ability to disappoint people without having to face their hurt or work to repair the damage? The questions followed him into sleep, but gently, rather than with the harsh self-condemnation that had once accompanied such recognitions. Under the influence of stars and desert silence, even difficult truths felt manageable. Problems to be solved rather than failures to be escaped. Samuel Reeves rode toward his uncertain future with something he hadn't carried in 18 years. Hope that the stories he had shared might lead him home, not to a place but to the connections that transform individual narratives into the larger tale of human community and understanding. The story tree had taught him that some mysteries were worth embracing, some risks worth taking, and some stories worth telling, even when their endings remained unwritten. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.